For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was the one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
You've tuned into The Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Thursday morning and we've got enough packed up to keep you going today. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we've got a really packed show. We'll start off with the headlines, of course, and then see what we have on the front page of the newspapers. And then we'll see what we have on Business Morning today. We'll take it out of the country and back on the big story. We'll see some political conversations. We'll be having a political analyst joining us this morning. So it's going to be a quite packed show. And then, of course, we'll see what we have on the social media streets with social listening. But before then, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Naira strengthens against British pound to 1,806 Naira per pound. Tinubu signs executive order to suspend NNPCL fees, redirect oil revenues. And federal government Naira demand may stall 1,100 per dollar rate. And this is according to Dangote. And still in oil and gas, Oando seeks NGX approval to list 4.4 billion right issue shares. Those are some of our headlines this morning. Of course, we'll see what we have on the newspaper front page in a bit. But we'll take a quick break and be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. on 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Not everyone gains access. Not everyone belongs to the room within the room. The Shift Conference Lagos 2026 introduces the VIP experience for leaders who refuse to simply attend, but who have chosen rather to ascend. The VIP session gives you some benefits that the general session can't. Special registration and access into the room, a meet and greet with me before the general session starts, front row seats, and at the VIP session, opportunity to ask the speakers direct questions, strategic networking, and a curated launch designed to enhance networking and opportunity. There are few seats, but so many on our wait list already. If you belong to the table, this is your invitation. Lock in your seat before someone else takes your place.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate, but the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper: how leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot
You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show. I'm ready to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Of course, I have joining us this time virtually our in-house analyst, Mohammed Akonji, is joining us from the other side today. Thank you so much for joining, Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Liz, for having me. Good morning. I can't really see you, but I don't know who's also there with you. Are you the only one today? Is it?
No, I'm alone. It's good to have you join us this morning. All right, let's start off by seeing what we have on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. On the front page of Business Day paper this morning, the big story here says, NNPC must cough up cash as Tinubu issues new executive order. Federation accounts to earn above 1.4 trillion naira. That's, of course, on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. Still on the front page of the paper, on page 31, it says, why Nigeria's AI strategy needs a human touch. I think that's off the back of the Business Day talent management conference that held yesterday at Radisson Blu in Victoria Island. And then on page 30 of the papers this morning, it says, gas-rich Nigeria goes dark as power gets zero funding. 531 billion naira budgeted, zero released. Federal government unpaid invoice over 6 trillion naira. This is from the Gencos. And on page 31, still on the papers this month, says ETF correction leaves latecomers in the red. Those are some of our top stories this morning on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. Mohammed, I'm thinking you might want to start with NNPC the order saying that NNPC must cough up cash as Tinubu issues new executive order. What more do you know about this story?
Yes, thank you very much. I think there were two important things that happened yesterday at the presidency. One was the signing of the Electoral Act. I'm sure you'll be able to mention that very shortly. And the second is this, where an executive order was actually ordered by the president to the NNPC. If you know, hitherto before now, NNPC were actually allowed to be able to make direct deductions from the revenue they made because of the nature of the act setting up NNPC. But one of the things that people have actually complained about more incessantly is the problem of leakages, a lot of wastages in NNPC. In fact, I was a time when one of a prominent Nigerian described NNPC as the bastion or the house of scandal in Nigeria. When it comes to corruption, there is a beehive of a lot of corruption that actually be able to perpetuate when it comes to the NNPC. But now this is actually a very good direction from the federal government. If you remember as well, I'm sure I think it is a lot of us actually be able to take that. There was a kind of an override and a kind of an excess in NNPC's account around last year that was overwritten to the tune of about 5.3 trillion naira. But now, every year or on an annual basis, NNPC made these deductions to the tune of about 1.4 trillion naira. Now, henceforth, those deductions will not be made. Rather, the money goes into the federation account. Because one of the problems we've seen is that as much as we can say that the allocations to the federal, the state, and the local government has inched up recently, there's still lacuna. There are still gaps here and there in terms of how much that could actually be able to go to all these tiers of government. So the February 13th, the federal government made it mandatory that NNPC must remit this oil and gas revenue, the totality of it, before any deductions whatsoever is made by them. So they made direct deductions. So the federal government is telling them now, please, no such thing any longer. Rather, remit it to FAC. FAC will do whatever is necessary to be apportioned to you, just like it's actually there in the PIA. So this was actually there in the Petroleum Industry Act that was signed by Buhari in 2021. And I think for it coming into effect now and being backing it up with an executive order, right? Or circumventing what was in the PIA. Because, of course, the PIA allowed NNPC to make such deductions. But with this now, the federal government believed, Tinubu himself and the presidency believed that about 2/3 of potential remittances that are supposed to come from NNPC to the federation account cannot be accounted for, right? So they are diverting, imagine, a 2/3. So of about 6 trillion that they are expected to actually be able to remit to the FAC force, 2/3 of it is already coming back to them. And that is actually not sustainable. So I think this is actually the good direction, in the right direction, to ensure that we're actually able to sanitize the system. Don't forget, Elizabeth, one of the monster that we're all able to face in this nation is this corruption thing. And as I said, it pervades all levels of government, all departments, ministries, and agencies of government. There are a lot of opaque things happening in NPC. Don't forget, the former CBN governor and the present Emir of Kano said that there are a lot of opacities that take place in that. Nobody knows what goes on, and a lot of money just go down the drain without proper accountability. I think it is high time we actually be able to beam deep searchlight into what goes on in that particular house. So I think this is actually in a good direction, even though there was a lot of uproar, there are a lot of pushbacks from the first one that I said, but at least most Nigerians actually commended the president. The question about that, as I said, will be like, is this not in contravention to the provision of the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021 that allow NNPC these direct deductions? And then the question will also be, does the president have the power? Does executive order, does EHO override Act of Parliament? These are some of the trouble spot, the underlying questions that people are actually asking. But I think it's that high time we got this over with, and we try to be able to see what actually goes on in the NNPC. So I think this is actually, we commend the president for this. Whether the legality of it is another kettle of fish entirely, but I think this is actually a good way to go. Elizabeth.
I think, let me just put this in a layman's term. I like the way our online editor who handles the newsletter, newsletter every morning puts it, just for the layman. She says, basically, we call the president, that's the colloquial or nickname is given, Jagaban. It says Jagaban basically just told NNPC, oh yeah, drop the money where everybody can see it, by ordering them to send oil and gas cash straight into the federation account instead of quietly slicing off billions under the 2021 petroleum law. That's like when you give someone 10,000 naira to buy fuel and snacks and they come back with only gala and no change. And it says, the Jagaban says, these secret style deductions are why federal, state and local governments are running on empty, and according to the presidency, through, of course, the minister of the spokesperson, through Bayo Ononuga, says the whole thing is messy, badly supervised and far above what other countries allow. So in short, the money was leaking through many holes and daddy's government just tightened it up. That's just in layman terms and in a more fun way to just break down the story. So just to finalize on your analysis, still on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning, there's another story there about gas-rich Nigeria going, how is it put? So gas-rich Nigeria goes dark as power gets zero funding. 531 billion naira budgeted, zero release. Federal government unpaid invoice over 6 trillion naira. This is according to the GENCOs. Now, what we're seeing is that about 600 trillion cubic feet energy gold. That's really what it is when we talk about the giant pile of gas riches, but somehow the lights are still off. This seems like a phone on 1% battery, because old gas facilities are breaking down. Blackouts are getting worse in cities every week. I'm sure you've also noticed that, Mohammed. And to make it even more painful, the government admitted that it gave the Ministry of Power 0 naira in 2025 to fix or build things like transmission lines and substations. So it's like you own a brand new generator but refusing to buy fuel, refusing to buy cables or even extension wire, while about 85 million people are still squinting in the dark. This is another layman way to just analyze this story. Mohammed, do you want to contribute, chip in one or two things?
Can you hear me, Elizabeth? I'm sure you can you hear me. Hello, Liz. Sorry, can you hear me?
Carry on. We can hear you. Carry on.
So sorry, I think there was a little bit of a glitch.
You can hear me. You can carry on. We can hear you clearly. On the newspaper front page this morning, speaking of gas-rich Nigeria, sitting on a pile of going dark, despite the fact that we're sitting on gas riches. And of course, I was speaking with Mohammed. I'm sure every Nigerian can attest to the fact that right now, from where I sit, especially in Lagos, where if you have to pay through your nose to get power supply, like constant 24/7 power supply. And if you're not paying through your nose, you have to literally face blackouts for, if possible, maybe 16 hours in a day, which is really not the bargain and Nigerians want, especially when you have this thing right at your feet. We're a gas-rich country. I mean, we're talking about 600 trillion cubic feet of energy gold, and we're still seeing no power supply. People are still complaining. We're still buying gas at a ridiculous rate. These are some of the challenges that Nigerians have to go through day in, day out. And we know how much energy powers a country. We say it every time that energy does power a country. And these are some of the challenges we're having. We still have Mohammed online. Hopefully, you can hear us now. Mohammed, if you can hear me, please go ahead with your conversation. Back for more. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BCD Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show. Right before we took the break, we were reviewing what we have on, of course, the front page of the newspaper. We were seeing the Business Day newspaper precisely speaking on the fact that Nigeria is literally facing darkness, despite the fact that we're sitting on gas. And we're talking about how many cubic feet of energy gold here. Right, and we still have Mohammed right there on the other side joining us virtually. Mohammed, what about this situation?
Sorry about the glitch. I don't know what caused that. But thank you. Can you hear me now, Elizabeth?
Yeah, you please go on. Carry on.
Great. Great. Thank you. I mean, I heard, and that was quite impressive. We're sitting on about 600 trillion cubic feet, of gas. Yes, gas is about 63% of our electricity actually comes through gas, and we have them in abundance. You can't be able to roll out that fact. But unfortunately, and just like you asked me, I think you have that question. In fact, this morning I got to go out to go and actually be able to get petrol to be able to fuel my generator because of these, and to be able to also pump water as well because there was no light. In fact, I mean, it's been an harrowing experience for a lot of people. Yeah, the federal government has tried to come out to explain that there's a gas shortage, despite the budget, and that they will likely be able to fix it before the end of this week. That before the power we started coming back. National grid has not collapsed. I think we have to mention that. It's very important to mention that. But because of this gas shortage that they had as a problem, has caused these untold hardship on a lot of Nigerians. And coupled with the level of heat, the intense heat that people are actually going through, within this particular period or within this intervening period, something needs to be done. So at the same time, if we consider the amount, that we budgeted for power, I'm talking about 2025 budget. 2026 is about 530, about 650 billion was actually budgeted for power. Coupled with that of last year, including all these things in terms of capital expenditure, the capex part of it, it's really nothing to write home about. And I still could not wrap my head around why we are still unable to get a solution to our power problem. This has become so persistent, right? Government in, government out. In fact, one of the videos that was actually trending about 2 days ago was one of the president's statements when he was campaigning in 2022 that if he does not fix power in 4 years, people should not vote for him. And I held on to that myself. As much as I can be able to give him his flowers, I can give him kudos for some of the turnaround, for some of the stabilization we're seeing in the economy, for making the economy inched up. At the same time, it seems like a blemish point or a blot in the annals of this administration is still their inability to be able to fix power. I can't also be able to fault them for the fact that maybe in the last 10 years or thereabout last year, they're able to get about 5,800 megawatts, 6,000 megawatts, which is like a record that we've achieved, around that particular period, 6,002 at the time as well. And then what happens to those again? The thing plummeted. We are still talking about 3,000 megawatts to be able to meet the needs of, don't forget, 230 million plus Nigerians. I mean, we can be able to do better than that. Yes, as much as they are trying all their best, I have seen the minister coming out to explain what happens, right? But even the band A, the band system that we started in 2024, together with, are all suffering this malaise at the moment. But of course, the problem is actually about gas, despite the fact that we are sitting on that gold mine of gas deposits in Nigeria. We can't be able to roll out that particular fact, but it is still a major challenge that is plunging the nation. And I think we need to be able to get a very good solution to it on time. Otherwise, I mean, I'm still looking for that government, Elizabeth. I hope you can hear me, Elizabeth. We're still looking for that government. Elizabeth, can you hear me?
Mohammed, you can go ahead. I can hear you. We can all hear you.
So as much as possible, we needed to be able to get a hang of this. And the government that will be able to get, because I'm still looking at, is it a rocket science that it is evading every government? We've brought in the best of the best amongst our engineers, the best electrical engineers to be able to come into this sector. Think about Public Energy was a minister of power. The president and power minister, fine, was a sound technocrat. You can't hold that away from him. Regardless of what people could have against it, he's a technocrat. A deputy governor of central bank, they have actually handled something quite tangible in the annals of this nation. So I think it's still evading many governments, and it is a big lump in our neck that we need to be able to remove. Fortunately, it's our reality, and we actually be able to survive. I'm sure you actually experience the same thing too. Major cities, even people that are on band A, are suffering that particular crisis at the moment.
Well said. That's as much as we can take on the front page of the Business Day newspaper this morning. Let's see what we have on our cartoon of the day today as we wrap up the newspaper review segment today on the breakfast show, we got something I'm seeing here. Someone we all know, seems like he's sitting on fire, and there's like gasoline that is even propelling the fire even more, and then he has a fire. He lit the fire up, actually. He lit it, and then he's there sitting on the fire. There's more gasoline there. There's a matchbox just by his side. I think this basically speaks to the situation on ground. Mohammed.
It's a caricature of Malam Nasir El-Rufai, who is self-immolating himself because it appears that his mouth has gotten him into problem. Don't forget the interview he granted on Arise TV on Friday, where he said, we are wiretapping them. It's only the federal government that tap into people's phone. We should also do that. And you can see how all of these watchdog, all of these agencies are waiting in line to be able to pick him up. They are all waiting to be able to have a piece of him. And everyone EFCC granted him a bail. Immediately was picked up by the ICPC. Don't forget, DSS is also waiting for him. I have a lot of other government parastatals, other security parastatals that are waiting for him. So apart from economic malfeasance, his mouth as well, because DSS and ICPC have to be able to do with, of course, there will be amended charges when you get to the court. The investigation have actually been done, but I think it's a case of my mouth is my problem, unfortunately. And that's actually what we want to land him into this present quagmire that he's finding himself. I'm sure today or tomorrow, when he actually be able to explain everything he knows to the ICPC, the DSS are also waiting in line to pick him up. And then before, the legal battle or the legal gymnastics will now start, where he needs to be able to prove himself. But at least for now, he's been invited. They are all trying to be able to have a piece of him. Let him come and explain what he knows. Let him explain what he knows about wiretapping. Because anywhere in the world, we know the case of Pete Hegseth in the US, right? When that case nearly wanted to be able to tumble this administration of the administration of President Trump. So wiretapping is a very, phone tapping or phone bugging is a serious offense, even towards here in Nigeria. You have to be careful. But now he has mentioned that, and his ability to be able to receive as much as possible. The presenter was trying to be able to let him be able to recant himself, to say, no, this is not what I remember. He said, yes, we are watching them. We are noticing, we are monitoring their calls. We tap into their calls. And that's security matter. Forget Elizabeth. This is a matter of security. You get to be actually very, very careful. I think Malam Nasir El-Rufai, as much as you can't be able to take away from him as a Nigerian of repute when it comes to his political honor or political trajectory, what he has said now is a political harakiri, unfortunately.
So much, Mohammed, for joining us to review the newspaper this morning. We'll leave you here this morning and see what we have on the top of the hour right next with Business Morning. Do stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're still watching The Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. This is Business Morning. I am Elizabeth Musa. Now we'll bring you the news in detail. The Nigerian Naira strengthened against the British pound amid rising interest in Naira-denominated assets and weak UK economic data. CBN latest data showed the Nigerian Naira traded at about 1,806 Naira per pound at the official market on Tuesday, February 17, 2026. Technical patterns affirm that the psychological break below 1,900 per pound is very significant, given the Naira's sustained resistance at that level throughout most of 2025 and 2026. The British pound fell in value following the release of negative labour market data, weighed down by rising unemployment and slowing employment growth. Moving on, President Bola Tinubu has signed an executive order suspending the collection of management and frontier exploration fees by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and directing the full remittance of oil and gas revenues to the Federation account. The directive was revealed on Wednesday in a statement by Mohammed Manga, the Director of Information and Public Relations at the Federal Ministry of Finance. According to the ministry, the move is designed to realign oil and gas revenue flows with constitutional provisions, curb leakages and strengthen fiscal transparency amid declining inflows into the Federation account despite improved production and favorable market conditions. The Finance Ministry said the President signed the executive order last week to safeguard revenues due to the Federation and prevent deductions at source under existing fiscal arrangement. And still on, chairman of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has projected that the naira could strengthen to as low as 1,100 naira to the dollar this year, driven by the federal government's industrial and economic reform policies. Dangote, however, noted that the only factor that could prevent such appreciation is if the federal government deliberately allows the naira to remain weaker in order to boost naira-denominated revenue. The chairman of the Dangote Group made the remarks on Tuesday, February 17, 2026, while speaking at the launch of the Nigeria Industrial Policy in Abuja, adding that reducing imports and strengthening local production could ease pressure on foreign exchange demand and support currency appreciation. To end the news, Wando PLC has applied to the Nigerian Exchange for approval to list a right issue of 4,415,867 and 342 ordinary shares of the group, targeting 220.7 billion naira in fresh capital. Details of the proposal were revealed in a regulatory filing signed by Folashade Ibidapo Obe, the company's secretary and chief compliance officer. Comprising of over 4 billion ordinary shares of 50 kobo each, the offer is priced at 50 naira per share and remains subject to approvals from the SEC, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and the Reserve Bank of South Africa. Shareholders will reportedly be entitled to one new ordinary share for every 2 existing units held, with key dates and further details to be announced in due course. Let's go on a quick break, and when we're back, we'll be discussing the first conversation this morning on Business Money. You don't want to go anywhere. Stay with us. You're still watching Business Morning right here on the Business Day television breakfast show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Access to capital remains one of the biggest factors shaping how businesses survive and grow, especially across changing economic climate. From boom periods to times of recession, companies constantly weigh their funding options, with the long-standing debate between debt and equity taking center stage. During stable economic periods, businesses often lean towards debt financing, taking advantage of lower interest rates and maintaining ownership control. However, when markets become volatile, equity funding tends to gain appeal, allowing businesses to share risk with investors rather than carry repayment burdens. Investor mindset also shifts during uncertain times. Many become more cautious, prioritizing sustainability, profitability, and strong governance before committing funds. Startups and small businesses in particular are now under increased pressure to demonstrate resilience and long-term value. Experts say understanding the right funding mix and aligning with investor expectations may determine which businesses thrive and which struggle in unpredictable economic environment. While joining me this morning is Harrison Obamoyi, is the founder and CEO of Innoventure United Kingdom. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you very much for having me this morning.
To have you here on Business Morning today. Let's talk about how businesses should decide between debt and equity financing when interest rates are volatile and economic signals are mixed. How then should they make this decision?
Very important, for businesses, making a decision whether to choose debt financing or equity financing is, I think, is very important. For a startup or for business, equity is kind of more cheap when you look at the early stage of a business and when the business just starts trading. And debt financing is quite very expensive. I'm looking at the current Nigerian situation or economic situation. The microeconomic variables currently looking at interest rates, which is all-time high at 27% this year. Yeah, inflation is also high, and even the FX exchange rate is unstable. So when you look at those indicators, and for small businesses, it will be very difficult when they want to start thinking of which one do we go for. Do we approach a bank for a debt, or do we think using equity financing? For businesses, I mean, it's going to be difficult for an early stage startup to start thinking of using debt financing, because you have to be able to prove stable revenue generation and the ability to pay or service your interest, now, which is very difficult for startups and many businesses. So in that mind, equity financing is or will be the most profitable in that angle. However, businesses have to also consider or put into consideration three main factors. You want to look at your cost of capital, you want to look at your control, and you also want to look at investors' confidence. So when you go into equity financing, you have to also be very careful on that, because in the long run, it's going to be very expensive for businesses. So I think in regard, it depends on the stage of a business when trying to determine what type of financing or what type that you should go for. Personally, for me, equity financing is the best when you just start trading, when you just go, you enter the market, and as time goes on, as your revenue becomes stable, you decide to, or you plan thinking of how to go into debt financing in that regard. So it is a mix of both of them, and it also determines or depends on which stage in a business life that financing is needed in general.
And when we see the current climate that we are now, current economic climate, it seems to be very uncertain. So do investors prioritize stability over innovation? And how does this reshape funding opportunities for startups and SMEs?
That's when we look at stability and innovation, for investors' perspective or investors' point of view, many of them, we prefer stability, because you want to invest in a business that has a stable revenue generation. You want to invest in an economy that have a stable interest rates, that have stable FX, when it comes to the exchange rate. So those factors are very important. And for businesses, when stability is not really there, it becomes difficult to convince investors to come in and invest into your business. So innovation, of course, is very important, but to a large extent, it's not the first. If you ask me, it's not the first key indicator, key factors for investors when they come in to invest. For example, if we talk about the equity financing and looking for even foreign direct investment into the country, into businesses, one key factor they look at in that economy is how stable is the macroeconomic environment. Are the policies stable? And in terms of Nigeria, and what we see now in that space, is that a lot of the policies are not stable. A lot of FX are not stable. The key macroeconomic indicators, FX, interest rates, the interest rates, and inflations. Currently, inflation is all-time high at, I think it's reducing now, but if you compare that to other economies, you see that it's also very high. So in that regard, stability is always what investors prioritize. But there are ways that businesses could also rally around innovation, especially when innovation brings efficiency in the system. That could also attract investors to boost their confidence in investing. But generally, I think they will prefer stability over innovation.
Are there any financial indicators that businesses must monitor closely before choosing a funding model during periods of economic downturn or recovery?
Of course, that's one important question. The way I will approach that is when we look at it from a business perspective, there are key indicators that businesses have to look at, and I have come with a framework, to try to explain this. And that framework, I title it craft. C is like your cash runway. So you want to first of all look at your working capital, your operating cash, and you want to ask yourself, if my revenue drops now, will the money that I have, will I be able to use it to sustain the business in the next 6 to 9 months without going into debt or without going into equity? So when you look at that indicator and how money comes into the business or the kind of working capital you have stable in your accounts, right? And um, not minding whether your revenue is reducing or increasing, and you are not able to certainly confirm that in the next 6 to 9 months you are able to run your business, then at that point you shouldn't be looking into debt financing, because one thing about debt, it's expensive in the short run and very cheap in the long run. However, you want to be able to service your debt in the way along the way on a monthly or whatever time frame that is. So when you look at that, your working capital indicators, and they are not where you're supposed to be. So your equity financing strategy or your capital financing strategy will change, right? And when you also look at your revenue, how are you getting your revenue? Is it a recurrent revenue? Is it a one-off revenue? How is your customer segmented, or is it just once in a while customer? So it depends on how businesses are structured and how monies come in or go out. So that informs the management of the business, what kind of structure they want to go into, when they are able to, to some extent, answer those questions, they can't confirm whether they want to go into debt financing, which is of course very cheap for companies that are planning long term, or especially scaling your business, or equity financing, which is expensive in the long run but cheap in the short run, and you're able to use that to manage your business. And then you want to look at the externalities like your FX. Are they stable? Majority your businesses, are you doing it in-house? Is it internationally or is it nationally? So those are some of the key indicators, financial indicators, macro, externally and internally. And when you are able to align or study this carefully, you will know what type of, and what type of financing you want to venture into. Just briefly to round that up, I think your working capital, your revenue, your FX, interest rates, and all those other macroeconomic variables are very important key factor you have to be looking at from time to time to make those decisions.
And how does access to capital differ, between emerging markets and developed economies, when global financial conditions tighten?
So when you look at emerging markets and developed markets, they are strategically two different angles. So in developed economies, access to capital is very easy and interest rates are very cheap, right? So businesses or startups can easily have access, to capital, but in there are more stricter guidelines and stricter policies that you need to achieve for business for you to be able to get access to those capital. Whereas in the emerging markets, capital is not really that available, and very few institutions are able to give out such capital. Now, when we take a look at Nigeria, for example, as an emerging market, businesses struggle to get access to capital. Even banks now, they are very they are risk averse in nature. Before they are able to give out loans to businesses, there are a lot of requirements that you have to make. And secondly, the interest rates is crazy. When you compare the interest rates, the CBN interest rate and the MPRO that kind of guide how banks charge interest rate in the emerging market, comparing that to countries like United Kingdom or US or Canada, you see that the interests are really far higher. So when you look at emerging markets and developed economies, they are quite two different angles. And businesses, we struggle in emerging market due to the macroeconomic variables, inflations, interest rates increase. Even the foreign exchange market is another key, serious issues there. But in developed economies, that isn't really a big deal, even though capital is not easily accessible due to the requirement. But it's largely a lot of companies or startup largely benefits from those capitals, and they don't easily tie up. Like any companies can just come up and follow the guidelines or follow the rules, and they have access to capital. But it's a different narration when you compare that to the cases of Nigeria, and I mean that is a major difference when you compare those two economies.
I think my next question for you will be talking about the stages of business growth. At what stage does equity financing become more strategic than debt, especially during unpredictable market cycles like we always see?
Very important question. As I've already mentioned, different stages in the business life determine what kind of financing that the management of that business will have to go for. So when we look at stages in business, the early stages are more very important, advisable for companies to go for equity financing, because when you look at the way equity financing works, it's very cheap in the short run. And why is it cheap in the short run? Because we know that when businesses are going into the market, their revenue is one of the big issues. Revenue is one of the big issues. So you are not able to have a constant recurring revenue, and you don't want to go into debt. When you go into debt, you have to pay interest, you have to pay capital, and that has to be a consistent pattern. And a lot of companies are unable to do that. So that's leave them with no choice than to go for equity financing. And again, it has to be a very careful decision for business to make, because there are also the other sides of equity financing. But in the early stage of any business, the decision the business want to make is to go into equity financing, and which is very cheap at that time. And between the growth stage to the booming stage of the business, you want to combine the two practices. You want to get a little more of equity, and you want to get a little more of capital because of debt. Because at that point, your revenue is growing. You are having a consistent revenue, and you are able to some extent, pay off some of those debt or interest as it were. And at a later stage of a business, especially when you want to scale and when you want to go into other markets or you want to start looking at debt financing. And the reason why this is very important is because as business, you don't want to focus more into equity financing, because that will be a problem to scaling when you start experiencing some growth in the future. So these are some combinations that businesses have to take from the early stage to the growth stage and to the scaling stage of a business. So that pattern is, I think, the best approach for any business when they are actually thinking of how to combine both together.
And let's talk about risk appetite in itself. Are you seeing any changes in how investor risk appetite in response to inflation, currency fluctuations, and geopolitical instability? Are there any changes that you're seeing in investor risk appetite?
Obviously, there are a lot of changes when it comes to risk. Now, investors are now very careful, especially when we are discussing about emerging economy like Nigeria. There are a lot of uncertainty in the market right now. Interest rate again currently is 27%. Inflation is fluctuating, it's not stable. Over the last quarter since last year till now, we have seen inflation having although it's coming down from about 20% to currently CBN interest rate is around 16%. But when you also look at the foreign exchange situation, it's not helping issue. So those indicators are very kind of important when an investor want to invest into a business. And talking from a business perspective, it becomes difficult to have conversations with investors when they are not too sure about what is going to happen in the future. There are so many uncertainties in the future. So that is one issue that investors look at. So they are very, very careful and adverse in nature, and they actually want to invest into a business that will generate stable revenue. And one way to look at that from a business perspective is when you are able to, operate your business in a way that there is a stability in how you generate your revenue, because investors want returns. When they give you money to work with their money, they want returns. At the end of the year, you should give them dividend. And when your books or your balance sheet are not showing that, it becomes an issue of conversation to convince them whether to bring in money to you or not bringing money to you. So business have to put in structures to make sure that there are consistent revenue generation, and there are even projections that will boost the confidence of those investors. So in terms of downturn economy, there are investors are really risk averse in nature, and that is a huge problem for startup in the first place.
Harrison, for joining us on Business Morning this morning. It was truly delightful speaking with you. We hope to have you some other time. Next conversation in a bit. We're going on a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning right here on Business Day Television. As artificial intelligence transitions from hype to hard cash, a critical question is emerging in boardrooms and policy circles around the world. Who actually profits from the AI revolution, and who is footing the bill? AI startups and tech giants are generating massive valuations even before turning consistent profits, showcasing both the immense economic promise and commercial pressure in the space. One of the most notable stories comes from Anthropic, the AI research company which recently hit a $380 billion valuation, placing it alongside the world's most valuable private tech firms. Despite this meteoric rise, the company largely remains unprofitable, projecting around $14 billion in sales while facing intense growth expectations from investors. Management acknowledged that balancing long-term safety commitments with commercial revenue targets has become a central strategic challenge. Across the Pacific, industrial investors are turning AI investment into real financial returns. SoftBank Group Corp reported a significant return to profitability in late 2025, largely driven by strategic stakes in AI ventures, including a meaningful investment in OpenAI. This turnaround highlights how capital providers and venture investors often capture early upside before direct commercialization matures. Meanwhile, established tech players continue converting AI into evolving revenue streams. South Korea's internet giant Nova revealed strong annual revenue growth, partly attributed to its bet on AI-powered services and fintech integrations, underscoring how diversified business models are beginning to monetize artificial intelligence more tangibly. Despite these headline numbers, analysts warn that monetization across the sector remains uneven. Massive capital expenditures on AI infrastructure, including data centers and specialized computing hardware, are far outpaced near-term revenues, prompting debate over whether current AI valuations reflect realistic profit expectations or speculative hype. Industry research shows that while some enterprises are generating measurable gains from AI tools, many companies still struggle to convert AI investment into consistent earnings, especially as costs for compute and high talent remain. Key themes shaping AI monetization debate in 2026, we see valuation versus profitability. Companies like Anthropic command huge valuations through actual profit margins lag, infrastructure costs versus revenue. Big tech's massive spending on AI infrastructure continues to challenge near-term ROI for many. Well, we have all of this introduction. Just give us a background to the conversation. Well, joining me this morning is Divine Anigbogu. He's an AI implementation engineer. Joins us from United Kingdom this morning. Thank you so much for joining us, Divine.
Thank you for having me here. It's lovely to be here.
Yeah, so Divine, as we see AI adoption accelerating globally, are the biggest financial gains being concentrated among tech giants like Microsoft and Google, or are we seeing smaller innovators and startups sharing in the wealth?
I think the large bulk of the whole AI wave is be held by the large like Claude, XAI, OpenAI, and the rest of them. Smaller, the only recent small development I've seen is OpenClaw, which was built by an independent founder who has now joined OpenAI. So even though you are an independent founder, they still take you into their midst. So it looks like the big companies will consolidate the whole AI boom. That's what it looks like.
Mr. Divine, with companies like OpenAI driving generative AI breakthroughs, who truly owns the value created? Is it the developers, is it the investors, or the millions of users whose data train these models?
That is hard to point because OpenAI, I think late 2025, reported that they may have lost like 9 billion. Like they've lost 9 billion in just like to keep that AI alive. But people have used it, like doctors have used it, students have used it, people use it every day. So the big companies may own the infrastructure, but they are burning tons of cash to keep it alive. But regular folks like us use it in our daily lives and it makes us better. So it's like, it's hard to point because at the end of the day, they might win, but right now you're the one that's winning.
And how does the rising demand for AI hardware position chip manufacturers, I mean, the likes of NVIDIA, as hidden power brokers in the AI economy?
There's a common joke in the tech space now that if you want to be a billionaire, you should have joined the NVIDIA like 5 years ago because NVIDIA stock is through the roof. People, senior engineers in NVIDIA that had their stocks in the late 2010, 2005, right now like millionaires, like have a huge ton of money. But then you can China China released DeepSeek recently, which gave OpenAI level performance, but at half the cost price and at half the performance price. And China and the USA are battling to see who's going to be the leading chip manufacturing, but China has the lead here. China is breaking grounds. So even though Nvidia is the leader in the chip manufacturing business, I won't count out China from giving them a run for their money. But then because of the whole AI boom, the price of RAM and chips have gone off the roof. If you go to like buy like a new system or new components, the price is like 2x, 3x, 5x just because of the AI boom. and NVIDIA now focuses more on AI chips than regular programming and graphical chips.
Compensation, are everyday users unknowingly contributing free labor and data that fuel AI profits for large corporations? Do you think they should be compensated?
Call it free because there's something that in marketing that if I'm not paying for a service with my physical cash, I'm paying for a service either with my details or with my information. So it's a business. OpenAI gave a business, hey, this is a chatbot. We'll give it to you for free, quote unquote. But we need your email address, we need your name, we need your details, and we need you to type in it so it can learn your patterns and learn how to talk like you and help us train more about AI models. That's why you always have to read the fine prints in the user term agreement, because even Adobe did that. Like Adobe, the digital design tool, I think they put in the term agreement that anything you build on our platform is going to be trained by our AI. YouTube, Google, I think Google owns YouTube. Every video that YouTube has is under Google's command. Like, so compensation is very hard to do because technically speaking, you are being compensated because you're giving out your data for their service. So it's a hodgepodge. It's very hard to pinpoint.
And to what extent I like something you said like about how different platforms, even like if we say quote free, you're paying with something. It could be with your email, just the details you put in. So to what extent does AI monetization risk widening the global digital divide, especially between developed economies and emerging markets like Nigeria?
At this point in time, at this current point in time, we're still in the race to see who comes out on top between the USA and China. Those are the biggest AI booming in the world. USA and China are still in the race. Nigeria's case is that Nigeria, and this is the sad part, is that while the two biggest AI competitors are trying to fight to see who can build the best AI, Nigeria doesn't have the infrastructure to even like compete in that market, and it's sad. Nigeria can make use of like the AI, the access that OpenAI gives, or cloud or XAI. So like it will still be under US infrastructure, but we can bring it into the country to help us. So we can work on building our infrastructure for now, but realistically, we have to make use of what has already been given to us while we build the foundation. So we have to do two things at the same time.
Social media and tech ecosystems, including platforms owned by Meta, how would you say that they are, leveraging AI to maximize advertising revenue while also shaping user behavior?
I don't know if there was a tech news that came out recently, I think it was from Facebook, that people who have not connected for a while, people who have died, unfortunately, they want to patent, they're not doing it yet, but they want to patent having their AI trained on your posts so that it can replicate your posts in the future so that their user activity can go up. And that's scary because when you sign up to these platforms, again, it's an exchange. You're not paying to be on X, you're not paying to be on Twitter, you're not paying to be on Facebook, but you sign that document that says, hey, I'll use this without paying physical cash, but all my data belongs to you. Not belong, but you have access to my data. So it's very scary because if they can replicate your loved ones or your past, or like your grandma, your grandpa, your aunt that died, and then they just keeps replicating that person's activity over and over again to feed the algorithm, to feed the ecosystem, you start to feel like you've lost control, like nothing you did on the site was autonomous to you. You were just using that site to feed the algorithm to give them profits. So it feels like you're losing, but you're not losing because again, you signed the agreement. So again, it's a hard, it gets into the ethics of AI. It all gets to the ethics of AI.
And do you see the possibility of the commercialization of AI stifling open innovation by, prioritizing profit over public good research, transparency, and ethical development. Is there a possibility of all of these things happening?
It is, because AI is a growth leader. No matter what you may think of it, since the AI boom started, we've had large leaps in innovation. I think couple like months ago, I think recently there was like 5 different cancers that scientists around the world have started to attack and find reasonable like cures or like to mitigate it. And I think recently, I've forgotten when, whereby they was able to map a fly's brain with an AI algorithm. A fly's brain is like, to map the full structure of a brain is complicated to do it by hand, but AI speeds things up, and that is the beauty of AI. It may replace jobs. That one, nobody's denying that. But the job it can't replace, it makes you do it 10 times faster, because it can do, a human can do 2 plus 2 equals 4 in like 1 second. An AI can do 2 plus 2 equals 4 in 0.0000000.000 seconds. That is 0 to the 6 decimals. That is 6 decimal. That's how fast it can do it. So you have to look at the benefits and the risk involved in this.
Who now bears the financial responsibility when AI systems cause economic loss, misinformation, job displacement, all of that? Would you say is the deployers or policymakers? Who is bearing the financial responsibility?
Ideally, it has to be the government, because nothing can run without their approval in this. Ideally speaking, it has to be the government. But then you can argue that you want to blame the open AI and the cloud, but you're using it. I don't think you understand that they cannot run if we don't use their system. So it's like they've created a system that you can't live without, because you can't go back. Can you think of in 2018, 2019, 2010, before ChatGPT came about, to take people from current life back to that life is physically impossible, because current life is a lot better. So we are basically asking people to say, hey, I want to blame you guys for polluting the economy while I contribute by using your tools. Like, no, you can't, no court of law would take that standing, because at the end of the day, you use it. So we have to elect people that would hold, hey, yes, we may use this thing, but we have to set up systems in place that does not destroy our planet using it. So we have to find that balancing act between using the destructive tool while setting up systems that minimize the destruction, like the ozone layer. Because manufacturing now, our cars, our airplanes destroy the ozone layer, but we've set up tools and policies in place to minimize it, and the ozone layer is starting to gradually come back to life.
Final question before you leave today will be the future. We'll look at the future. We're seeing AI becoming deeply embedded in businesses and governance. What would you say about the future? Do you think it will create more inclusive economic opportunities, or will it reinforce monopolies and market dominance?
That still focuses on governmental policies, because monopolies can only exist if the government allows it. Nothing happens with a company if the government does not allow it. So it depends on the people to elect people that will stop it at the back, so that if the company wants to monopolize, it shuts it down. That's why I love, no matter what you think about the EU has strong policies that favors consumers. The most recent one that was in the tech space was Stop Killing Games, which the American gaming companies or the American legal system did not focus on. But the EU said, hey, this might be a niche need, but we have 14 million people in our environment that are in this need, and we have 2 million signatures from them that says, hey, this is a problem to us, because people that play games, having their games being shut down, they don't have access to their video games anymore. The company shut it down. They don't give them like a refund or give them substitutes. So the EU said, hey, gaming companies, we're going to call you to explain why our people are having this problem with you. So the EU has a very high, strong consumer policy, which I love sincerely. So that has to be replicated in Nigeria so that the government can say, hey, AI companies, we may need this, but we have to set a boundary whereby you cannot pass this line to destroy the planet. So it all comes up to the government.
Thank you so much, Divine, for joining us this morning to break down this conversation in a way that was so succinct, very put together, very brief, very simple, and good enough for our audience to understand. Thank you so much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that's it for Business Morning today. Thank you for staying with us. We've tracked the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. So remember too that business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Do stay tuned for more updates on Big Story and join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper. How leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Mom. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on Business Day Television. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Our conversation today focuses on a developing legal battle that could significantly reshape Nigeria's political landscape ahead of the 2027 general elections. A federal high court has fixed February 24th to hear a suit seeking the deregistration of 4 political parties, including the African Democratic Congress, Accord Party, Zenith Labour Party and Action Alliance. The suit, reportedly filed by the National Forum of Former Legislators, argues that these parties failed to meet constitutional performance requirements during elections and therefore should no longer remain registered. At the center of the debate is Section 225A of the 1999 Constitution and relevant provisions of the Electoral Act, which empower the electoral body to deregister political parties that fail to win seats or secure a required percentage of votes. So the big question this morning is this about enforcing constitutional standards and strengthening democracy? Well, to help us unpack this, we are joined by public affairs analyst and legal practitioner Damian Ajeri. Thank you so much for joining the show this morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
See you today. Let's begin on a very broad note. Why is this case significant for Nigeria's democracy, especially as we approach 2027?
Well, it depends on what you mean by significant, because if we're talking about the registration of parties, I think INEC is constitutionally empowered, to register and to deregister parties. I think the provisions and the Constitution, and also, if you look at Section 75 of the Electoral Act. So I think, more importantly, however, it's why the Forum for Former Legislatures, who want to compel INEC to deregister ADC and some other parties. So it's quite interesting to know why.
Think that electoral performance should determine whether a political party continues to exist?
Constitution is the ground norm. If the Constitution says so, then it is so. Section 225A is clear, in respect to the registration of parties. For any of the reasons stated, one is that breach of the requirements as laid down by INEC and the Constitution. Secondly, winning 25%, votes cast in one of the states in the federation in a presidential election, and 25% votes cast in any of the local government in a governorship election. C goes further to say failure to win at least, one ward in a chairmanship election or one seat in the National Assembly or State Assembly or one seat in the councillorship election. So I think it's a constitutional matter, and if it's a constitutional matter, then it is just right, to play by the rules. I think it's just essential for multiplicity of parties and ensuring that parties are well regulated and controlled.
We're seeing that there are two sides to the coin. There are people that are on the supporters side who say that too many inactive parties clutter the ballot and confuse voters, while there are critics that say that the registration limits political choice. Where do you stand on the divide?
I think the mind of the legislature in putting that provision is to regulate and ensure that parties go to work. Because if you're a party, what the requirements are? The requirements are at least 25% in one state. So it's talking about, ensuring that, political parties, their registration and formations are not abused. Parties go to work. And if they cannot, meet any of this threshold, it means that the party is redundant or is not effective. Yes, some have argued that it violates the right to association and political participation, but then those rights are not absolute. I think this matter was laid to rest in NUP versus INEC 2021, where the Supreme Court was clear that, look, INEC has the powers to deregister parties based on the guidelines and provisions of the law. And I think that power is there, and the legislature will have put it. Will have put them there for one reason or the other. And I don't think it violates the right to political participation. I don't think it violates the right to assembly, because the Supreme Court was very, very, detailed in looking at all the sections in 225A and comparing it with rights to political participation. I think it's in the wisdom of the drafters and the courts, the highest court of the land, to further enforce those powers.
And if these parties are deregistered, what impact could it have on opposition politics and coalition building?
If parties are deregistered, of course, they can go to courts. If you look at Section 6.6 of the Constitution, it says that notwithstanding anything contrary to the Constitution, the powers, the powers shall extend to all inherent powers of the courts, of law. So all matters between government and people, government and government, people and people, in respect to their civil rights and obligations, of course, can be taken to court. And that was the case actually in YPP versus INEC, and the courts ruled that INEC should not deregister the party. So I think the case was YPP versus INEC 2023, and the court said, and it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court agreed with YPP and said INEC shouldn't have deregistered YPP.
Damian, do you see this case influencing how smaller parties position themselves going forward?
It's interesting, though from my own analysis, I don't think the case, I don't see the case going far. I don't see the court's ruling, in my own, opinion, my humble opinion, without prejudice to what is in court. I don't see any reason why the courts, will rule in favor of the applicant. That's the forum of former legislature. But I think that, of course, this would make parties stand up and do their work and really, really do the work. It's not enough to just register a party. It's not enough to just bear the name of a political party. You must go to work. You must go to the grassroots. You must ensure. You must make. You must extensively work hard to ensure that, look, you have votes to win. You have seats to win. I think it puts them on their toes.
From a legal standpoint, you're a legal practitioner. What exactly does the Constitution require before a party can be deregistered?
The like you said, 225A, of the Constitution is clear. Number one is that, INEC can deregister a political party for breach of any requirements in the registration. Two, failure to win at least 25% of votes cast in one state of the Federation in a presidential election. Two, failure to win 25% of votes cast in a local government in a governorship election. Then 225A sub C says failure to win at least one ward in a chairmanship election or one seat in a National Assembly or State Assembly or one seat in the councillorship election. So these are the basis upon which INEC can deregister a political party.
Are they empowered to deregister on the performing parties, or are they legally obligated to do so?
Yes, they can. Of course, it's a power that is given to them, and it's in their own estimation and valuation that they can, do so. And parties who are not satisfied can go to court. And don't forget, in February 2020, INEC did announce that he was going to deregister quite a few parties, and some of them went to court, and it deregistered some, and those that went to court, which was one of the case of NUP and INEC, and the Supreme Court, affirmed INEC's power to deregister the political party. However, also, if you look at the case of Youth Party and INEC, Supreme Court judgment in 2023, you will see that INEC, ruled against, the Supreme Court ruled against INEC, and ruled in favor of YPP, and, dismissed INEC's appeal and held that INEC should not deregister YPP. So if you look at these cases, it now depends, it depends on, parties approaching the courts. On what basis do you think that you should not be, deregistered? Because if you look at the case of YPP and INEC, the courts made it clear that the powers given to INEC in Section 225A is not absolute, is not unquantifiable, is not without regulation. That parties can still come to court and challenge the facts, the basis, if they feel aggrieved or if they feel that the circumstances or the circumstances or the provisions, the grounds upon which INEC is doing so is questionable. So I think under Section 6.6 of the Constitution, INEC, the parties have the right to approach the courts.
Precedents in Nigerian law, the things that preceded this in Nigerian law, where courts have ordered or overturned party deregistration.
Yes, of course, and that's the case. I cited, that's YPP and versus INEC 2023. That was the case where YPP. It's an interesting case, and because the case came from 2017 when a YPP was trying to register a party, and INEC did not, grant the registration, and YPP went to court. And when YPP went to court, they went to the Federal High Court, and the Federal High Court, mandated INEC to register the party, in 2018, INEC indeed registered the party. But in 2022, INEC announced that it was going to deregister political parties, and the YPP went to court again, challenging, the powers of INEC to deregister it as a party, given the circumstances and the grounds upon which he feels aggrieved about the intended action of INEC to deregister it. And it went all the way to the Supreme Court. And in 2023, the Supreme Court looked at the facts, the counter affidavits and the, affidavits and all the evidence before it, and held, in favor of YPP, and that INEC should not deregister it.
Any practical steps that would follow before any party is officially removed? That's if the court rules in favor of the plaintiffs.
Now the question is, the plaintiff, which of course I think that the applicants in this matter, what is their locus? Because in law you must have a locus. You must have what is the locus standi? What is the basis upon which they are compelling INEC, to enforce its powers under Section 225, under Section 225A? What do they stand to gain or lose? What sufficient interest do they have that they are calling on the court to protect? Because the court is not a marketplace. You must come to court, with locus standi. What is it that you stand to gain or lose? Why are you running to the court for protection? What is your sufficient interest? So that is worrisome for me, because where is the locus standi? Because elections, political parties, elections, and all these things are sui generis. They have their own peculiar, laws and regulation. I remember in Agbola versus Olajide Adelami, 2025, the court, was interpreting Section 284 of the Constitution in respect to, someone that is not a political party challenging the action of INEC in respect to another political party, whether it's lawful or unlawful. So I don't see their local standard here. I don't see their sufficient interests here as former, legislatures. Secondly, also, I would ask. You can't say that ADC does not have a seat in the National Assembly. You cannot say, that Accord Party does not have a seat in the State House of Assembly. I mean, we were aware that Accord Party won councillorship seat in Jigawa, which became was news in 2024 or thereabout. So I mean, on what basis will you be compelling INEC? I mean, they have to exhibit the facts, quite clearly in their affidavits, to show how these parties have not complied or have violated the provisions of 225A before I think the issue of whether they can compel INEC or not, because at the end of the day, I just see them as a busybody.
Busybody. On that note, I have to let you go, but my final question for you will be if there is any legal safeguard to ensure that the registration processes are not politically manipulated. Are there any?
The only safeguard we have is the courts. The courts, like I said, Section 6.6, notwithstanding anything to the contrary, parties can approach the courts for redress, no matter who the person is, whether it's the president, whether governors, no matter who they are. Section 6.6, gives an omnibus provision and grants powers to the court to determine civil rights and obligations of parties. So at the end of the day, even if the Constitution gives certain powers and you think there are certain, infringements or certain grievances or certain, things that you think are not in tandem with your civil rights and obligations, or you feel aggrieved one way or the other, of course, it's the court. And it's the court, because the court looks at, yes, from all sides and determines the issue on its merit, which, of course, is the beauty of democracy.
Thank you so much, Damian Ajayi, Public Affairs Analyst, for joining us this morning on The Big Story. It was truly insightful speaking with you this morning. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. You've been watching The Big Story right here on Business Day Television. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZD Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
welcome to Social Listening right here on Business Day Television. Of course, this is where we check out the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa and I'm here with
Glory Brown.
Glory's here in the studio, very active. Glory, it's good to see you. First of all, I have to say we're actually matching black. Yeah, so we're syncing. We're aligned today.
So we're here to give them what's happening on social media.
Absolutely. You know. I think the first conversation that's making the round, the one gaining our attention this morning, is the signing of the controversial Electoral Act for 2026 into law by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. With the presidential assent, the bill has now become law, meaning that subsequent elections in Nigeria will be conducted in line with the amendment provisions. This comes despite agitations from Nigerians over a controversial clause that makes electronic transmission of election results optional. Tinubu commended lawmakers, particularly the principal officers, for managing the controversy surrounding the bill until its final passage and transmission for presidential assent. Now, that one is in the world of politics. Take a look at some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this story with Tinubu signing this controversial act into law. Daniel Rega always has something to say. He says, the essence of democracy is to have discussions committed to national development, according to Tinubu's statement. Now, tell us the electoral bill is committed to national development when the people neither trust the INEC or the government, and for good reasons. Isn't democracy the government for the people by the people? So if the people reject in unison a bill, law, or idea, but the government enforces it, how is that democracy? It says the electoral bill gives room for electoral fraud, which is why the people are against it 100%. These people just don't care. Let's see more reactions to this story on social media. Fortis says, in a real democracy, Tinubu has absolutely no business telling Nigerians about how the elections will be run, but mass illiteracy will make many think this is normal. Unfortunate. We'll see if I have more reactions to this conversation on social media. Dubem says he rushed to sign into law because it favors him, but he will meet the shock of his life come 2027. Well, that's the first conversation this morning. Tinubu obviously signing this act into law, and then Nigerians are reacting because it always comes with before you take an action like going to sign a bill into law. People want to be sure that this thing you're making an informed decision, not an uninformed decision, or just like that last commenter says. It says he will meet it in 2027. More like it won't favor him. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I totally agree with what some of the tweets said, because according to Tinubu, our president, he said he's fully in support of what that meeting was all about because it strengthens Nigeria's electoral system. But opponents, most especially PDP and critics on social media, keep saying it's a betrayal on the part of Nigeria because it fails to fix the most important loopholes, which is manipulating manual results. So I don't know where the support is coming from our president saying he's supporting all what's going on, because we can see on social media that they are not coordinated and they failed to address the most important reason why they were there at that meeting.
Yeah, right. And our second conversation, or let's say the third conversation this morning, is the arrest of El Rufai by SSS hours after EFCC bailed in corruption probe. Now, armed operatives on Wednesday night arrested former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El Rufai as soon as he was released by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. El Rufai was detained by the EFCC over corruption allegations on Monday. He was granted bail at about 8 p.m. on Wednesday, but was immediately picked up by armed operatives who laid an ambush for him at the premises of the EFCC headquarters. Looked like El Rufai has been under a lot of fire, just like the cartoon of the day also showed today. The cartoon of the day literally put it figuratively or pictorially, you literally saw him sitting on fire with more gasoline even being poured into the fire, and that clearly is what this is also about. So let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation with respect to Mr. El Rufai. Senator Idris Haruna says this is deeply concerning and raises serious questions about due process and the rule of law in Nigeria. Arresting Nasir El-Rufai immediately after its release by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Can you read what's left on that? It looks a little bit...
Commission gives the appearance of selective enforcement and political targeting legal procedures are meant to protect citizens. Arbitrary actions, yet this sequence suggests coordination between agencies that undermines public confidence. If the evidence against him is legitimate, it should be pursued through transparent, independent judicial processes, not through back-to-back detentions that risk being seen as intimidation. Actions like this that risk being credibility of Nigerians' law enforcement can be harassed under the guise of security or anti-corruption measures.
That's one comment from Senator Idris. So we have more reactions to this story on social media. TG Daniel says, so let me get this straight. Nasir El-Rufai walks out from Economic and Financial Crimes Commission's custody and then gets picked up by the Department of State Services. At this point, Nigerian politics is giving plot twists back to back. The real question is, what exactly is going on behind the scenes? I think this person just took the words out of my mouth, because I'm also curious to know what's going on
behind the scenes. Is it really what they're saying? Is that what's really happening, or there is another story that the public really can't see?
I'll just say politics is just politicking at this point, really. We have one more reaction from IB Farouk. He says, anytime I want to feel sad for this man, I remember his comments and interactions during the 2023 campaign. This man was literally top 3 of the people that brought this upon the masses. I really pity him, but he deserves this for what he forced on Nigerians. Look, I don't have any pity for anyone that's been arrested or is being charged for corruption.
Because definitely before you've been charged for corruption, there must be an evidence that leads to that you've been arrested. There is no pity, because we're here to make Nigeria work, and if there is anything that anybody has to face, because actions have consequences, you know, right? So if there are any consequences that people have to face for us to have a better Nigeria, or us to put things in place and moving forward, yes. And I totally agree with the other tweet, TG Daniels, when he said, we don't know what's happening back to back. Is there something that the public eyes can see? Because today we're hearing a different story that he has been detained. The other day we're hearing that he has been released and they are detaining him again. So what's really going on? But on the other side, it's going to be a lot of pressure on him right now, knowing the fact that we have the election coming up very soon, the preparation. But still, the law has to do its work.
The law certainly needs to play out. At the end of the day, we'll just keep our fingers crossed and see how that all pans out. But on that note, we'll take our last conversation this morning. President Bola Tinubu has begged Nigerians to forgive him in any way he has sinned against them. Now, Tinubu pleaded with Nigerians while speaking at the Ramadan Tafsir held at the Senate House Mosque in Abuja. In his words, if I have sinned against you, forgive me as Nigerians. Obviously, Nigerians would... before I speak for Nigerians, let me see the comments and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation, because clearly him coming to say we should forgive him, I'm a big fan of forgiveness as well anyway, so I get it, but I don't think we should use this to sweep things under the carpet
forget all that has happened.
Completely now disregard some of the, or you know how in Nigeria we use religion a lot as to just cover so many things. There are things that need to be done. If I need to get something done and I didn't do it to you, and I didn't do it to you or for you or whatever, like my obligation, that's my point. I'm not going to say please forgive me in the name of God. I knew to do it. It's my obligation. Do what you need to do. Let's not use religion as a yardstick to brush away or brush aside, sweep things under the carpet, things that need to be done.
Forgiveness, do you want to be forgiven and do the right thing, or just be forgiven and move ahead with your election that is more important? Because Nigerians, we are very sweet people. Forgiving is not a difficult thing, but the actions that follows after the forgiveness, is it accountability for the people and for you to hear the cry of what the masses have been saying, or just to forgive you and then move ahead?
Absolutely. Let's see some of the reactions on social media, see how many Nigerians are reacting to this story on the social media sphere. Titan says, resign peacefully like Jonathan. Pack your bags and go. And I'm in no way comparing to Jonathan. He did way better. You and your counterpart don't care for Nigerians. Tinubu, go. Resign, pack your load, and go. Titan. You know how social media just gives you this boldness. FK says, I don't have anything against Tinubu. I just want you to make things easier for Nigerians. There should be security and all the basic amenities that human beings need. That's not too much to ask. I mean, nobody is holding. I don't have any personal grievance against the president. We just want things to work. We want to be able to come out of our homes and be assured of security. We want to be able to
basic amenities.
I mean, someone was saying. I saw a tweet the other day. Let's read the last tweet before then. I'll share my train of thought. The Rave says this country is bleeding economically and people are exhausted. What Nigerians want is not spiritual language. They want results, transparency, and measurable improvement. Exactly. I saw a tweet the other day. A young man said, if you're getting paid $3,000 and you're in, it's way better off. If you're getting paid $3,000, it's way better to live somewhere in Abuja than to be in the UK. I think what he was saying was your standard of living, especially when you what do they call it? When you change the dollar against the naira, when you think of $3,000 or 3,000 pounds compared to the dollar, it's a lot of money. It's about how many million naira? But the thing is, people are worried about the infrastructure. Infrastructure is a problem because let's look at the young lady staying in Katampe, the lady from Arise television, who. I mean, look at what happened. Robbers came to the house. How many robbers?
Influential people that have access to social media. What about people that these are happening to
and they have the funds?
Security.
Look at the case of Chimamanda, who just barely. Chimamanda doesn't live in Nigeria. She just came to Nigeria, had to take her kid. Little children are always sick. Just take her kid to the hospital. Next thing you know, it's a medical negligence occurring. This is in a good hospital, big hospital, hospitals for the rich people. There was Anthony Joshua and his friends. They come. Yes, we don't know the circumstance if one was speeding or not. But the point is, before there were any, before any emergency arrived at that location, there was no emergency, nothing inside. So when you think about things like this, people will say, I'd rather get them my 3,000 and be in the United Kingdom or be in other places where there's better infrastructure as against any. Because no Nigerian is holding the. I mean, we don't have personal relations. No one has personal grudges. The only thing Nigerians want is just seeking accountability. Every time we get a year of pay your tax, people don't have a problem with paying taxes. It's just that you just think about it like, will my taxpayer money just go into living lavish? And then you see these people getting ESTA codes, traveling here and there, and I'll just be in this country where things are not working, the roads are bad. Most time you see roads, they're doing the road work that's been done that has been going on in Lekki Ekpe Expressway. People are complaining about it because it's making life uncomfortable for people. It's not like people have a problem with the road work. It's the fact that what they're basically doing, we know that in the next 3 months it will spoil because they're basically just they are only what's that thing called? They are not doing it from where they should do it. They're literally just. Should I say cement? I don't know what to call it.
But regarding that road, they are currently working on. I have faith on it because I know that with time, after they are done working on the road, it's going to be a better.
No, but they're only batching things up. Because I was speaking to somebody that is in this works in construction, and he's saying that what they are doing is not the main thing. Do you understand? They're just patching it up on the surface. Yeah, that's the word. On the surface. So in the next 3 months, because he broke it down for me. I don't have the technical terms because I don't work in construction, but he was saying like in the next 3 months they will have to do it. And the reason why they do things like this is so that this money can keep coming to the pocket that is enriching. So I tell you now that, Glory, and there's this project, we'll highlight everything, and I do the quote for the full thing, right? And I come now and yes, I give you this laptop, but I don't give you the original one so that it can spoil. So that in the next how many months I come again. Do you understand? It's not like I'm not doing it right. I'm doing, but I'm not doing the right thing. Instead of giving you something that has a 5-year warranty that will work. Do you understand? For the amount you paid me, then I would give you something miniature so that we can keep the process going. And that's just the cycle of what keeps happening in Nigeria. It's just mind-boggling and frustrating, to be honest. You know, when I'm talking about Nigerian situation, I just get really frustrated. But I really hope that they can just work on things that need to work. Security, infrastructure, healthcare, education, power supply. Stop asking us to forgive you. Forgive you for what? Just do what you need to do. That's my point. Just let the government be accountable. Let them be responsible. Let them take action where
there be transparency whatsoever they are doing, because we Nigerians, we've already forgiven. We're not even angry about anything. The only thing we want our president and the people in power to do is do the right thing. Make us happy, and that's all. We're not even asking for too much. We're asking for the normal things, and that's it. Absolutely. But that's how we leave it this morning on the social listening segment right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa. And my name is Glory Brown Odibo.
Join Glory at 11 for Business News Hour. Don't go anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying college Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First E&P for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, coming to you live from BusinessDay Television. I am Glory Brown Odibu. Now let's take a look at the major business headlines for today. Tinubu directs NNPC to remit revenues under new executive order. Naira holds firm as reserves climb past $48.5 billion. Foreign exchange for business travels soared by 366% to $672 million. NGS leased first commercial paper with Dangote Cement 119.87 billion naira offering. And also, Orlando to raise 220.79 billion naira through right issues. Let's begin today's Business News Hour with development from Nigeria, where President Bola Tinubu has signed an executive order directing the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to remit oil and gas revenues directly to the Federation account, curbing deductions that previously reduced statutory allocations to federal, state, and local government. The February 13th directives target provisions under the Petroleum Act, with the presidency said enabled significant revenue retentions. It also withdraws NNPC 30% management fee on profit, oil and gas, and alt contributions to the Frontier Exploration Fund. Under the new framework, operators holding production sharing contracts must remit royalty oil, tax oil, and profit oil directly to the Federation account by passing NNPC as intermediary. Payment of gas flaring penalties to the midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund have also been suspended pending stricter oversight. An implementation committee chaired by the finance minister will supervise compliance, while the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission coordinate upstream integration. Moving on, the Naira traded within a narrow band on Wednesday, supported by rising external reserves and improved liquidity across segments of the foreign exchange market. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed the currency closed at 1,000 338.11 naira per dollar at the Nigerian foreign exchange market, a marginal depreciation of 0.16% from Tuesday's 1,335.96 naira. At the parallel market, the naira appreciated by 10 naira to 1,370 naira per dollar, narrowing the spread between official and street rates to about 32 naira compared with 92 naira last week. External reserves climbed to $48.50 billion as of February 17, 2026, while data from the National Bureau of Statistics showed capital inflows rose to $6.01 billion in the third quarter of 2025. However, bureau of change operators are yet to resume dollar purchases despite the recent directive from the IPAS Bank reopening the market to license dealers. And meanwhile, Nigerians' spending on business travel surged by 366% to $672.27 million in the first 9 months of 2025, reflecting improved access to foreign exchange and stronger cross-border commercial activities. Figures from the balance of payments report published by the Central Bank of Nigeria showed business travel's expenditure rose sharply from $144.19 million in the corresponding period of 2024. Quarterly data indicates steady outflows through the first 3 quarters of 2025. Analysts say the trend signals renewed business confidence amid improved foreign exchange liquidity and exchange rate stability. Director of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, Muda Yusuf, linked increased travel to expanding trade volume. However, the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association warned that rising service outflows could strain reserves if not offset by stronger export earnings. And moving on to other news, Dangote Cement PLC has listed its first commercial papers on the Nigerian Exchange Limited, marking the inaugural issuance under its 500 billion naira commercial paper program. The 2 series, totaling 19.87 billion naira, include a 19.95 billion Series 1 with 181-day tenor maturing on May 20th, 2026, and a 99.92 billion naira Series 2 with 265-day tenor maturing on August 12th, 2026. Both were issued at a discount and will be redeemed as par offering implied yields of 17.5% and 19% respectively. David Adorin, Vice Chairman of ICAP Security Limited, said the listing reflects growing sophistication in the Nigerian short-term debt market and strong investor appetite for high-quality corporate instruments. The NGS stated that admitting commercial papers enhances liquidity, transparency, and price discovery while broadening investment options for institutional and qualified investors. Also, Orlando PLC has applied to the Nigerian Exchange Limited for approval to list a right issue of 4.42 billion new ordinary shares aimed at raising about 220.79 billion naira in fresh equity capital. In a corporate filing dated February 17, 2026, the company said it planned to offer 1 new share of every 2 existing shares held at 15 naira per share, subject to regulatory clearances. Approval required from the Securities and Exchange Commission, JSE Limited, and the South African Reserve Bank for shareholders in South Africa. If fully subscribed, the issuance would significantly expand Owando's current share capital of 12.43 billion shares. Following the announcement, Owando's stock declined to 43.40 naira per share, below the proposed offer price, potentially influencing investors' participation. And now in a major development, power generation companies under the Association of Power Generation Companies have disclosed that unpaid invoices for electricity supplied to the national grid have climbed to about 6 trillion naira, intensifying concerns over the sustainability of Nigerians' power supply. The group attributed the mounting debt to persistent revenue shortfalls and weak remittances across the electricity value chain, warning that liquidity constraints are limiting investment in maintenance, fuel procurement, and capacity expansion. Responding to allegations by the Nigerian Labour Congress, the association rejects claims of institutionalized extortion, describing them as misleading and dismissive of the sector's structural challenges. Chief Executive Officer Joy Ogaji said the narrative advanced by Labour oversimplified a decade-long liquidity crisis confronting generation companies. And meanwhile, Labour leader Joe Ajero has accused electricity firms of exploitations, raising fears of industrial actions in the already fragile power sector. The Tinkan Island Command of the Nigerian Customs Service generated 145.9 billion naira in revenue in January 2026, reflecting a year-on-year increase of nearly 30 billion naira from the 116.4 billion naira recorded in January 2025. Custom Area Comptroller Frank Oyenka attributed the improved performance to enhanced teamwork, stronger stakeholder collaboration, and constructive media engagement, which he said have supported operational efficiency at the port. It disclosed that the command is fully prepared to commence paperless operations in the second quarter, a reform designed to accelerate trade, improve transparency, and reduce physical contact in cargo processing. Under the new regime, compliant importers will uphold and upload documents electronically, while only high-risk consignment will face full examination. Oyenka also commended the Comptroller General Adewale Adeni for driving ongoing modernization reforms across commands. We'll take a break, and after, we'll return with more update from the business world. Do stay with us.
Not everyone gains access. Not everyone belongs to the room within the room. The Shift Conference Lagos 2026 introduces the VIP experience for leaders who refuse to simply attend, but who have chosen rather to ascend. The VIP session gives you some benefits that the general session can't. Special registration and access into the room, a meet and greet with me before the general session starts, front row seats, and at the VIP session, opportunity to ask the speakers direct questions, strategic networking, and a curated launch designed to enhance networking and opportunity. There are few seats, but so many on our wait list already. If you belong to the table, this is your invitation. Lock in your seat before someone else takes your place.
Welcome back to the Business News Hour here on BusinessDay Television. As implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area accelerates, banks are positioning themselves to finance cross-border transactions and unlock Africa's intra-continental trade potential. At the inaugural Africa Trade Conference hosted in Cape Town by Access Bank PLC in March 2025, stakeholders underscore the need to accelerate ambition into measurable commercial outcomes and intra-African trade levels of just 16%. Executive Director of African Subsidiaries, Sheyi Kampai, identified limited access to capital, information gaps, and trust deficit as key constraints, particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises seeking trade finance. He stressed that affordable funding, digital platforms, and harmonized standards are essential to drive scale and reduce risk across borders. With a market of over 1.3 billion people, AfCTA's success, analysts say, will depend on robust financial infrastructure capable of facilitating payment, underwriting risk, and deepening regional integration. Moving on, Nigerians' debt to the International Development Association rose by $1.9 billion year-on-year to $18.7 billion as of December 31st, 2025, reflecting increased reliance on concessional financing amid fiscal pressures. Data from the IDA's latest financial report shows Nigerians' exposure climbed 11.3% from $16.8 billion at end 2024, positioning the country as the third largest borrower after Bangladesh and Pakistan. The increase is attributed largely to ongoing disbursement under development framework spanning earth, education, and infrastructure. Although IDA loans are extended on highly concessional terms, the growing exposure adds to Nigerians' external debt stock. Overall, IDA's net loans outstanding expanded to $226.4 billion in 2025, underscoring a broader scaling up of support of vulnerable economics. And still on the business news, our Sterling Financial Holdings Company PLC has commenced the allotment of its 2025 public offer of 12.58 billion ordinary shares at 7 naira per share, following regulatory approval from the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Securities and Exchange Commission. The offer, which opened in September 2025, was oversubscribed, attracting over 18,000 applications valued at 117.88 billion naira, and after verification, valid subscriptions stood at 109.79%, with all compliant applications to be allotted in full. Proceeds will strengthen the capital base of Sterling Bank Limited and the Alternative Bank Limited, while 10 billion naira will be injected into the asset management subsidiary. The group reported a 99% rise in profit before tax in its interim result, underscoring sustained earning growth and balance sheet expansion. In other news, the proposed merger between Unity Bank PLC and Providus Bank Limited has surpassed the 200 billion naira capital threshold required for a national banking license under the Central Bank of Nigeria's recapitalization framework. Unity Bank confirmed the milestone in a statement on Wednesday, dismissing claims that the merger had stalled. The transactions, formally approved by shareholders in September 2025, has also received no objection clearance from the Security and Exchange Commission and other relevant authorities. Integration activities are ongoing with final court sanctions pending. Managing Director CEO Ebenezer Kolawole described the achievement as a defining moment, highlighting the merger's role in strengthening capital, operational capacity, and strategic positioning. The combined institution is expected to enhance retail and SME banking services while delivering innovative financial solutions across Nigeria. And once finalized, the merger will create a stronger, more competitive and customer-focused bank with improved scale, stability, and long-term growth potential. Meanwhile, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has urged central banks and development finance institutions across Africa to lead efforts in accelerating industrialization while strengthening climate resilience and financial stability. Speaking at the Egypt 30 by 30 program hosted by the Central Bank of Egypt in collaboration with the International Finance Corporation, Cardoso emphasized that Africa must pursue a dual strategy of economic growth and environmental sustainability. He highlighted that the continent should grow its economies, industrialize, create jobs, expand opportunities, and lift millions out of poverty, all while decarbonizing and building resilience against climate-related shocks. Cardoso described the 30 by 30 initiative as a reflection of Africans' shared ambition to develop resilient, climate-aware and economically sustainable economics. Stressing the importance of credibility, Cardoso said the Nigerians' disciplined and transparent reforms are strengthening macroeconomic fundamentals and boosting confidence in the financial system, which is key to sustaining growth. He also noted that building resilient financial system requires trustworthy institutions, credible policy, transparent market, and risk-aware innovation. On the financial risk posed by climate change, Cardoso observes climate risk is financial risk affecting sovereign rating, capital cost, inflation, food security, insurance markets, and fiscal sustainability. He reaffirmed the CBN's commitment to advancing green finance framework, enhancing cross-border cooperation, and constructing resilient financial architecture to position African economies for long-term competitiveness. Cardoso also pointed out that Africa, while contributing least to climate change, suffers disproportionately from its effects, but holds significantly potential in renewable energy and a young population and evolving financial market, urging African nations to innovate collectively for resilience, stating that deliberate, transparent, and united efforts are essential to building inclusive financial system that can and withstand shocks and thrive in the future. And finally, to wrap up the business news hour, Guinness Nigerian PLC has released its audited result for the 18-month period ended December 31st, 2025, reporting revenue of 730.8 billion naira, up 144% from 299.5 billion naira in the 12th month ended June 2024. The extended reporting period reflects company's transition to December year-end and mark its first full audited cycle under Tolarium Group ownership. Gross profit rose 152% to 230.5 billion naira, while operating profit jumped 251% to 89.3 billion naira, driven by improved productivity and disciplined cost management. Net profit after tax reached 41.2 billion naira, a turnaround from 54.7 billion naira loss in the prior year. Chairman Professor Fabian Agugu said the results demonstrate the company's resilience and disciplined execution during the pivotal period. Managing Director Gary Shaman noted that the performance underscores progress in reshaping the business, strengthening operational efficiency, and embedding in high-performance culture. And with that, that is where we wrap up today's Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown Odibo. Thank you so much for joining us, and stay with Business Day Television for the latest update, the in-depth analysis, and insight shaping the business world.
Informed decisions. Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
afternoon and welcome back to Business Day Television. Let us jump right into Industry Focus. Well, like you always know, we bring to you that which is important, where we come with everything that is necessary so you get to know the latest thing happening in the industry, no matter the industry that you find yourself, thus highlighting the economic and business values and how it affects the GDP of Nigeria and, of course, Nigerians globally. So, welcome to Industry Focus right here. Let's go to our segments as they will appear. One, we will talk about the quote of the day on fitness business. You get to find out why it's important to take your business seriously. And when it comes to fitness, you will know why there's so much money in it. And right after that, we'll also give you a retrospect on the business health in Nigeria, talking about where fitness plays a major role so far. That will come your way. And number three, we turn to our captain who is in the building. We say captain's opinion with our guests. So in case you don't know, well, now you know. A Kemeni in the building. They call him Kemen. You get to find out why fitness plays a key role and why our questions will have perfect answers when we touch Captain's Opinion segment. And then after that, and obviously in that particular segment, we're looking at how Nigeria's fitness boom is creating a new economy. Stay with us. You don't want to miss that one. And towards the end, we'll talk about deal or no deal. We get to ask our guest what he thinks about the federal government's arrangement based on health and fitness. All this coming your way. I am Onyeka Valentine. We'll be right back. This is Industry Focus on Business Day Television. Don't go away. Welcome back. Let's get into this. Our quote of the day on business fitness. It says, sometimes a workout is all the therapy that you need. I don't think you heard that one. I take it again. It says, sometimes a workout is all the therapy that you need. Very soon we'll ask our guest what he thinks about this. But write this one down if you're watching, because a lot is coming your way. Let's see what happens when it comes to retrospect. Right here. Very key. It says, the fitness landscape in Nigeria and Africa has evolved from traditional functional physical activity into a rapid growing commercialized industry driven by urbanization, health awareness, and digital influence. Now, while traditional activities like wrestling and dance were once the primary form of exercise, modern day and modern present structure fitness such as gym membership and boutique fitness is now rapidly expanding, making sure that we have something new to follow through. And those pictures are pictures of, traditional wrestling and traditional exercise back in the days. But everything has evolved, and we have new stuff. Talking about modern day fitness and how it adds value. So let's go to our guest. I will introduce him very well so you get to know him, in case you don't know. All right, our guest, Ekemini Ekerete, preferably called Kemen. He's the master trainer, wellness entrepreneur, and movement architect, redefining the fitness landscape across Africa. As the founder of Kemen Fitness, co-founder of Pure Fitness Africa, and a transformative mental muscle movement. He leads a new era where mental strength, physical excellence, and spiritual discipline converge. Many more coming your way. All right, but before we jump on that, I'll give you more of this because there's more. From healing, fitness, and lifestyle, he also pioneers and is already in the front line of Verb Life to design elite trainers, programs, and curating immersive group, most definitely fitness formats like Bite Tabata with Kemen. This and many more. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it's still Industry Focus. Don't go away. Yes, welcome back. Like I did tell you, more coming your way. Our guest has making it happen. So today, we are bringing him on board to tell us everything you need to know about fitness, the business itself, but more importantly, why it's important for you to know that health is wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome my guests, Mr. Kemen. I said Mr. Kemen. Am I correct? Or could I have just said,
Kemen
is fine. Welcome to our set.
Thank you for having me.
I must say your bio, your breakdown, all you've done over time, we can't even exhaust it. I can go on and on and on. It's no wonder why it has placed you as a master fitness trainer. I must congratulate you. First time, I must say, when we first met, we had a small chat and very quickly said, look, talent and make it happen. So we appreciate the fact that you came.
Thank you.
Let's jump into this. Right. First and foremost, why fitness?
Well, like I like to tell people around me, I didn't choose fitness. Fitness chose me.
Right.
Because I mean, years ago, I would never think that fitness would be that thing that I'll do. I keep telling people my mom wanted me to be a doctor. So, years have passed and I tell her I didn't end up being a doctor, but I guess I'm still saving lives. So yeah, I worked in a very hazardous environment years ago, and when I left the job, I decided to focus on my health. And whilst I was doing that, I fell in love with fitness, and I saw the gap. I realized that I did it seamlessly, so I took up certifications and I took it serious, and here we are.
Here we are. We know in the past you've done something with Big Brother and a whole lot that you've done in the past, and of course how you built yourself over time. But we're more about the business area now. They say fitness, right, and health is wealth. But some people don't know that this can actually, develop to a proper, matured industry. So our viewers at home have sent some questions which we know that we wanted to follow through.
Yeah.
So it says here, right, and let us break it down in numbers. What are the real revenue streams from the gym membership, influencer, sponsorship, right? And basically how the business of fitness can grow the economy?
Well, so the gym business, should I say fitness
business,
have quietly, moved past the place of passion to commerce. And the revenue streams are layered, right? So I'll give you a breakdown. So we have, for example, the membership and class system. So under the membership and class system, you have the gyms, you have boutique studios, you have outdoor group training systems, you have even corporate fitness retailers. They are all under that part. And then you move from there to education and certification.
Right.
Now under education and certification, you have trainers education, you have licensing, you have seminars, you have workshops, you have master classes, you have retreats for corporates and all. So those are like under that box. That's another revenue stream in fitness. And then you move from there, you go into, say, partnerships. So under partnerships, you have sportswear brands, you have nutrition brand, health related brands. You have the telcos, you have the banks, you have the FMCGs, fast moving consumer goods, partnerships within that space. You have even media house partnerships. And then I think after that you are talking like influencing, fitness trainers and fitness enthusiasts now become influencers. So they now become like sort of add to the media where they can make money from, representing brands, marketing certain brands and all those things. And then there is the event and experience.
Events and experience.
So under events and experience, you have fitness events, you have fitness festivals, you have the marathons, you have the fitness pop-ups, and all those, fun stuffs happening. So, and every of these segments or systems that I have, sectors that I have, spoken about are huge revenue generating streams.
Big time.
And this is not talking about the manufacturers of the equipment. I mean, like if you're doing a fitness business in Nigeria, you know that the fitness business is the one business you buy everything in dollars, but then you charge in naira.
You try to create an equilibrium, but it's kind of difficult. But when you have to change naira to dollars to buy more equipment, but would you say that because of the exchange, right? Does it affect, the purchase of these things? And how
it does. It does affect for a lot of reasons, and also because since we don't have like a structure or unified or a policy that governs the fitness business as an economy, like you mentioned, because it's an entire economy.
Right.
There are certain things that we cannot push for in terms of having some flexibility for the industry when it comes to shipping,
right?
And clearing, like other sectors, like the car manufacturing sector is enjoying, and other sectors are enjoying from the government. Yeah, so it's stressful, but then we have to keep it going.
It is stressful, but you have to keep it going.
Yeah.
Spoken like a true businessman. Business people always say it is hard, but it is better for you to choose your heart.
Yeah.
Either you want to run away from the business and then later in life, you regret.
Yeah.
Or stay with it, learn from it, grow from it, and of course become great. We also know that, in one way or the other, you apart from being a fitness trainer, you're also a coach, right? You talk to people, get to find out what it is that they're going through, challenges that will enable them, become better. And in fitness also helps in that regard. But beyond that area, let us look at this other part. It says, beyond the physical result itself, the muscle, which is an addendum, by the way. Every gentleman who looks good wants that accolade. Oh, you look good. You look good.
Yeah.
But beyond that, it says here that what's the tangible benefit to a nation when its people get fitter? Very key. And of course, taking about their higher mindset, workplace productivity. We know a lot of people work in areas that have, different kind of toxic environment. Where does fitness come in as a curative measure?
I think you've answered the question already, because fitness is not just aesthetics. Fitness is an infrastructure, right? Because a fit population will definitely birth a high productivity in the workplace.
Right.
All right. If you're talking about excellence in the workplace, or the idea of stewardship in the workplace, no matter how passionate you are for your job, you cannot build strong system with broken bodies.
Please just take that part again. That's the camera over there. That's the camera over there.
Yeah. So I say no matter how strong and passionate you are, you cannot build strong system with broken bodies.
If you guys heard that part, I think you guys should cut that part out and use it as your mantra. Can build productive,
strong
systems
with broken bodies. Yeah, so
I've written that one down now.
Yeah,
I will steal your quote from you.
so that's one part. There's the other part that with fitness, you're talking about a lower healthcare burden to the entire population.
Right.
So the fitter you are, the healthier you become, and that's lesser health burden on yourself, your family, and then the nation at large. We're also talking about a stronger mental health, because everything starts from the mind, right? And when the mind is strong, and mental health most times don't have to do with resilience. Sometimes it's stillness, and fitness helps you to practice stillness. There's a lot of power in stillness. And so, like I spoke about workplace productivity, I've also spoken about lower healthcare burden. I've also spoken about stronger mental health. And then there's the part of discipline, respect for process, accountability that it teaches you. So when you look at it, we're not just talking, it's no more a wellness talk. We're talking economics now. and that's what.
You're speaking our language. Business day.
Exactly.
All right, go ahead. I don't want to stop you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when you look at it, you look at all the good that fitness does to the population or to the nation at large, you can see that we are even adding to the economy, you know, because we are building the bodies that are going to build the economy. I tell people only a healthy mind, you know, only a healthy body can house a healthy mind, and only a healthy mind can make informed, financial, successful decisions.
Healthy mind can make an informed financial decisions.
Because I mean, how do you want to invest long term when the doctor says you're dying in a couple of weeks or months?
Because of lack of exercise.
Exactly.
There you have it. For those of you who are trying to become billionaires and trillionaires, push your business from starting point to motion point and develop. Always remember, your mental health is also dependent on your physical, or is it the other way around, whichever it is. But make sure that your fitness level is not taken for granted. Not my words, but words of the fitness grandmaster himself. Karen.
That's the new
in the building. That's the new one, right? Yeah, I just promoted you.
That's the new one.
All right, third promotion. We have another one here, and this one kind of, was sent in by one of our listeners, and they said they wanted to find out why is it that when people go to the gym, and we have some pictures of people going to the gym, right? It's going to come up many times. Yeah. And then mostly, okay, that's over there. So some ladies will just go to the gym, and then they all kind of dress in a different way, and then some men cannot even concentrate. Oh, wow. So I'm talking about the entertainment part of it now. Yeah. As a trainer, right? And this is just a bit out of our legal questions. As a trainer, what's the first thing you tell, your clients when they come? You tell them, don't distract men, less well. Because basically the entertainment angle, right? I mean, fitness now, entertainment, from viral challenges to athletic brands, how obviously the boom has created new content and celebrities for Nigeria, all that. You see some celebrities come to the gym, they kind of look in ways that you are out there, you have this goal to look in a certain way some few months, but what you're seeing in front of you is confusing you. How do you deal with this thing?
So I think fashion generally, it's a fashion thing, right? Generally, it has nothing to do with fitness. If you go, sometimes you walk into the bank and you're trying to do transaction, and then someone walks in dressing in the way they are comfortable to dress, right? Because that's what it is. They're comfortable to dress that way. You have to deal with you. Right? That's how it is. And I don't think that any banker has walked up to their customer to say, no, leave our bank, because you're dressed in a particular way. And even in the churches, right? They say the church is not for perfect people. So you need to come the way you are. Just like the gym is not for perfect people. Right. So when they come into the gym, we want to focus on why they are at the gym. Because the truth is, not everybody at the gym is at the gym for weight loss. Okay. Not everybody is at the gym to build muscle. Some people are just running away from something.
I agree with you.
Some are trying to build an environment where they can call home away from home. And so if you're not a morning person, but the trainer that you have is a good trainer, but his time is only in the morning, over time you become a morning person, right? Because you want to train with the trainer. That means you need to wake up early and make it to your training. So over time, the gym changes you for a better person. Some people don't know how to keep to time generally. And then because you've started going to the gym and there's this class you love, but that class starts by 8 o'clock.
Discipline.
Yeah. And by the time you go to the class by 8:10, all the bots are taken. What happens over time? You start showing up by 8 o'clock, and that affects other aspects of your life. So yes, we understand there's that entertainment thing, and you have to let people be themselves, because as they spend time at the gym, their focus starts to shift. Even for those that are coming for networking, for those that are coming for community and networking, which is also very important to your mental health, right? Those that are coming there, they come, they network, they join the community, but over time, they take their health serious, they take their fitness serious, and they become better persons to themselves and then the society at large. So yes, there will always be conversations around the dress code, but you can agree with me that dress code, distraction, they are everywhere, you know. And when you ask me how do I cope with it, it's like asking a gynecologist how he copes with his job. It's It's the path I chose, and the grace to do the job is not the grace for promiscuity. So we have to do what we need to do,
professionalism,
and then keep it going.
Professionalism. You hear from the words of Kenneth himself. Our job is just to make sure we bring out the best out of this great talent, and it's pouring it out exponentially. All right. Talking about that, the follow-up question.
Yeah.
Now, Pure Fitness Africa. We know that it's a boycott brand of what part of your, one of your babies, right? So the question here is simple, right? You put fitness as a key, to life, right? How does the philosophy translate into building not just a better body for somebody or one of your clients, but more importantly, right, create that disciplined and productive society? I think you already answered some of it already.
Yeah.
But just point a bit of more highlights.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the community for me, because our fitness business, Pure Fitness Africa, is a community-led business. We built it around communities, we built it for the community. We want you to come into our space and feel like an option away from your home, where everybody's loved, everybody's respected, everybody's encouraged to become the best version of themselves. And so people have learned how to be around people by just being at our space, and that they can translate to their everyday life. And so you see, the gym teaches you, like I said, accountability. It teaches you discipline. It teaches you respect for process. It teaches you service in some cases. It teaches you leadership in other cases. And overall, we are building, not just stronger bodies, but stronger minds. And you can agree with me that a nation that moves more, thinks clearer, works longer, and costs less to maintain. Yeah.
That last part is so important. Yeah. Costs less to maintain.
Exactly.
I just
have to speak your term.
My word.
Yeah.
Business. I like that part. I like the fact that you're keen into what we're doing while we're but people find it beautiful. When someone's here, when they hear fitness, they're thinking, but it's business day. Where is the merge? Now you see the merge. So
you people are sleeping on. I mean, not like I'm complaining, right? Because maybe before you all wake up, we're all long gone, but you don't sleep on the fitness industry.
Most definitely. Don't sleep on the fitness industry. The words of Kenneth. Before we jump out of the studio, we have one that the federal government has been talking about, and it's called deal or there's our segment called deal or no deal. So we'll bring out something that is out there nationwide, like they say, and then ask the question which is important to our guest to know if it's a deal or no deal. However, for some people, some will say, oh, it's a good deal, others say it's a no deal. But here it is. In this year, 2026, reports say that the federal government of Nigeria is intensifying its focus on fitness, health, exercise sector as a key component of its growth acceleration and investment. Right? Mobilization strategy, investment mobilization strategy. That's what the government is working on.
Yeah.
Come in. You are in the building. You are our captain when it comes to fitness now. And that industry is a very viable industry from what you've told us.
Yeah.
It brings in money. You just don't know where to plug in and make your money, whether it is the fashion angle of fitness or the medical angle of fitness, the company angle, whatever it is a money spinner. But this one now the government has said, as someone who is a professional, as someone who is a master trainer of a particular brand, I'm almost tempted to call the brand name, but it's okay. They leave your money, so I won't say that.
Okay.
We can bring them in finally.
We can.
Right. But as a master trainer and as a businessman and as someone who's well spoken, right? The question now is, with what the government is saying, is this a deal or a no deal?
First off, I'm just hearing that the government said that, and I'm going to hold you, Valentine, on those words from the government.
Right.
And if these words are true, then it's a deal.
It's a deal.
But it is not an invitation for free money.
Point.
I would think that it is an opportunity to level up. And the trainers and the fitness persons and the business owners that will enjoy the deal will be people that understand how to work with systems, understand the role of data, understand the role of community, understand the importance of accountability, and not just vibes. It will be people that understand how to evolve.
How to evolve?
Yes, with the global standards of operation. You know, I'm not just a master trainer by name. I have done several certifications. I've gone to several conferences, summits globally. As the only thing that eats my money every year are trips, and none of them are fun trips. They're all educational trips.
Most definitely.
Yeah, last year I was in Cape Town and I was in Bali. The year before I was in China, I was in Italy. And then the other years you can find me in Germany, Spain, and the rest. And they're all educational events because I'm trying to sit with industry leaders globally to understand what are we doing right now? What are we doing in the next 5 years? What are we doing in the next 10 years? And that has reflected in my brand's trajectory. So yes, it is a good deal. The era of vibes is gone. This is the era where business owners, you know, have to understand that we have the golden opportunity to help improve the GDP of the Nigerian economy and help Nigeria build a very successful nation through our industry.
Help Nigeria build a successful nation through our industry.
Yeah.
Which brings me to this one, which is off the box now.
Yeah.
Where do you see so the trajectory so far? Do you see that there will be a time when this fitness industry might rake in so much money in our GDP, right, that can one way or the other come in number 4? I mean, we know number 1 here is oil and gas. Second to that, maybe agriculture, but we still don't know yet, right? Although we are facing a lot of food insecurity, but that's separate. But thirdly, down we see sporting industry, entertainment. So you want to merge fitness and sporting industry together. Do you think it will come in as the third thing that will keep this country running? Because
I don't even think you want to. You have to. Don't pity us to make us bigger by adding the sports industry. No, fitness and wellness as an industry, they have the potential to be number 3 or number 4. Don't forget. I mean, there you've mentioned oil and gas, you've mentioned agriculture, there's also real estate, there is tech.
So it's bringing you guys below
there is tech. No, I'm mentioning the people so we know they fear them. But even with all these power houses, fitness stands at a very advantageous point to break into possibly the top 3. If we have all that the industry needs. I'm talking like good policies, good structure, support within the system. You know, if we can start manufacturing our equipment around, because you can't tell us we don't have scientists, engineers, technicians that
we have steel from Ajakuta steel.
Exactly. We start manufacturing our equipment from here. We start doing a lot of things from here. We have the education. I mean, we can customize our education to ourselves. A lot of the nutritional supplements and that the fitness industry is investing in, most of them, a typical black person was not added to the testing process. And so if we start even manufacturing our supplements, our multivitamins and a lot of all those things, you realize that we would cater more to this very big fitness community. And you know, when a country has a large population, is an advantage economically to the country. And so all we need is support from the government. And if the government have said what you said they've said, let them tell us how to meet with them, and then we'll tell them exactly how they can be of help to us. And then in a couple of years, we will be even more valuable to them than the systems that they think is valuable.
In the long run.
Yeah, in the longer run.
In the long run, the words of Kevin himself. It has been wonderful having him in the studio. In case you missed a lot, well, put it this way, in case you just joined us recently, I will tell you missed a lot. But you can see, obviously, watch this. It's going to go up online, so you can miss it for the world. Talking about fitness business and how it has grown and where it is headed to. Kevin, we want to thank you so much for joining the studio. The time you spent coming down here,
thank you for
can never ever be, looked in any way other than up, based on appreciation. So we appreciate you.
Thank
100%.
you. Thank you very
Before we go, your last words, that's your primary last words of motivation to those out there, so we can leave the studio.
Motivation.
Right.
I like to say this all the time. Being slim is not synonymous to being fit.
Right.
Being big is not synonymous to being healthy. Choose the body you want and be fit in it.
All right. Choose the body you want and be fit in it. And with that, also make sure your pocket is also fit. Onyeka Valentine is my name. My guest has been wonderful, no doubt at all. Right here, Mr. Kemen. You can find him on Instagram. You're on Instagram, right?
Yeah.
Most definitely. What's your Instagram handle?
Kemen Fitness on Instagram. Then you can also find us at Pure Fitness Africa.
Fantastic.
On Instagram. Yeah.
All right. So Pure Fitness Africa and Kemen Fitness all the way. Until next week, Tuesday, stay strong. Remember, when you talk industry and you talk growth and business of every sector, you come to us right here on Business Day Television. My name is Onyeka Valentine. See you next week. Bye-bye.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is the Business Day TV Midday Bulletin coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira depreciates to 1,340 Naira per dollar at official market, weakens to 1,400 per dollar in parallel market. Nigeria's foreign reserves hit $48.5 billion, highest since 2013. CNG stations rollout lags 2025 target despite $2 billion investment. Federal government seals Plateau mine after gas leak kills 37. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. The Naira depreciated to 1,340 Naira per dollar at the official market on Wednesday, down from 1,337 Naira to dollar recorded on Tuesday. This is according to data published on the website of the Central Bank of Nigeria, showing that local currency traded within a band of 1,320 1,028 naira per dollar to 1,340 naira per dollar during intraday activity, with a simple average rate of 1,337.17 naira per dollar. The weakening at the official window was mirrored in the parallel market, where the naira fell to 1,400 naira per dollar from 1,382.5 naira per dollar the previous day, widening the spread between both segments of the foreign exchange market. The 60 naira gap reportedly between the official and black market rates highlights persistent segmentation in the foreign exchange market despite ongoing reforms. Moving on, Nigeria's exchange reserves have climbed to $48.5 billion, their highest level since mid-May 2013, signaling a sustained rebuilding of the country's external buffers. According to recent checks by Nairametrics and the Central Bank of Nigeria's database, the current reserve position represents the strongest balance since May 2013-14, where reserves stood at about $48.51 billion. The milestone reflects a steady upward trajectory that began in the closing weeks of 2025 and has continued into early 2026, reinforcing expectations of improved macroeconomic stability. The development comes amid improving foreign exchange inflows and tighter liquidity management by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Reserves had extended further to $48.5 billion, consolidating the upward momentum and marking the highest level in nearly 13 years. Still on, the federal government is still falling short of its 2025 nationwide compressed natural gas infrastructure target, despite securing more than $2 billion in private sector investment in over 2 years, raising fresh concerns about implementation gaps. While funding inflows and policy backing remain strong, on the ground delivery of refilling stations and nationwide access appears slower than earlier projections. The presidential CNG initiative was introduced in 2023 as a core energy transition response to petrol subsidy removal, with ambitious plans to scale gas-powered mobility nationwide. Months after announcing the target of 500 conversion centers and over 150 CNG retail outlets by the end of 2025, clear data confirming progress towards that benchmark remains limited, with attention now shifting from headline investment figures to measurable infrastructure outcomes. Coming up, federal government seals Plateau mine after a gas leak kills 37. We bring you the news and more after this commercial break. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
The federal government has ordered the immediate closure of a mining site in Plateau State after about 37 villagers reportedly died from inhaling toxic gases during artisanal mining activities. According to reports, 25 other persons were hospitalized after exposure to suspected carbon monoxide at the mining site in Zurak, located in Wase local government area. The victims, mostly young men aged between 20 and 35, were carrying out routine underground mining operations when inhaled toxic gases believed to have accumulated in poorly ventilated tunnels. Following the incident, the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, directed that all activities within mining license 11810, operated by Solid Unit Nigeria Limited, was suspended after the tragedy in the Zurak community of Wasi local government area. The minister gave the directives in a statement issued on Wednesday by the Special Assistant on Media to the Minister, Segun Tomori, in Abuja. And away from that story, power generation companies under the umbrella of the Association of Power Generation Companies have revealed that outstanding unpaid invoices for electricity generated and supplied to the national grid have surged to about 6 trillion naira, raising fresh concerns over the sustainability of power supply in Nigeria. The group says the growing debt burden driven by revenue shortfalls and weak remittances across the electricity value chain has significantly strained the financial capacity of generation companies to invest in maintenance, fuel procurement, and expansion. The power generation companies also strongly rejected allegations by the Nigeria Labour Congress that electricity firms were engaged in institutionalized extortion, insisting that the claims misrepresent the deep-rooted liquidity crisis threatening the country's power sector. The Chief Executive Officer of the association, Joy Ogaji, made the announcement in a statement on Wednesday in reaction to recent comments by the Nigerian Labour Congress accusing Labour of peddling a simplistic and inflammatory narrative that ignored the structural challenges facing the industry. And also, Lagos will add 3 8-coach trains to the Red Line fleet by third quarter of 2026 to strengthen capacity and improve service delivery along the corridor. The disclosure was made by the head of corporate communication at the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, Kolawale Ojelabi, on Wednesday. The development comes amid recent passenger complaints over technical issues affecting some coaches on the Oyigbo Agbado service. The agency acknowledged recent reports and social media footage highlighting passenger discomfort due to faulty air conditioning systems on some coaches operating the Oyigbo Agbado route. It apologized to commuters for heat and inconvenience experienced during affected trips. The authority emphasized that the expansion forms part of a broader plan to improve service reliability and ensure a better commuting experience for passengers across the corridor. Now, to end the local news, the federal government on Tuesday stepped up efforts to end abandoned public projects, unveiling a housing expansion program across 17 states. This was as it commissioned the Federal Housing Authority Mall, a four-story commercial complex in Gwarimpa Estate in Abuja on Tuesday. Secretary to Government of the Federation, George Akume, described the mall as a testament to institutional reform and renewed momentum in Nigeria's housing sector. Akume says the delivery of the one-stall development underscores the administration's determination to restore accountability and fast-track infrastructure delivery under the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In his words, housing remains central to the government's economic and social stability strategy, pointing to the creation of the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development as a clear signal of that commitment. And coming up, Ivory Coast raises $1.3 billion via international bond issue. This and more after this break. Do stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day.
Ivory Coast Finance Ministry has revealed that the country raised $1.3 billion through a Eurobond issue with a final maturity of 15 years, adding that the issue was oversubscribed by nearly 5 times. The West African nation, which is the world's largest cocoa producer, is a prolific issuer, having been among the first to tap international markets in 2024 after a 2-year hiatus from frontier African issuers caused by high interest rates. The ministry also issued a local currency-denominated bond in international market last year as it presses ahead with a push to manage liabilities through a mix of buybacks and new issues to smooth out its repayment schedule. The bond comes with a notably low interest rate of 5.39% in euros after a hedging operation, adding that the cash will be used to finance this year's budget. And also, the South African rand was muted in early trade on Thursday as investors awaited key U.S. inflation data that could influence the Federal Reserve's monetary policy path. According to reports, the rand traded at 16.05 against the dollar, little changes from its previous close of 16.0525. January's Fed minutes showed that policymakers were in near unanimous agreement to keep interest rates on hold, but remained split over their next steps, with several open to rate hikes if inflation remains elevated, while others inclined to support further cuts if inflation recedes. Gold, a major South Africa export, was flat on Thursday as persistent geopolitical tensions between the United States and Iran lifted safe haven demand, while South Africa's benchmark 2035 government bond was also flat in early deals with a yield at 7.955%. And on the foreign scene, former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol was sentenced to life imprisonment Thursday after being found guilty of leading an insurrection during his declaration of martial law in December 2024. The ruling, delivered by Seoul Central District Court Judge Ji Yoon, was lighter than the death penalty that prosecutors sought at the trial's final hearing in January. Ji said in the verdict that Yoon was guilty of leading an insurrection and committed acts to subvert the country's constitutional order. The sentence follows a separate ruling on January 16 when Yoon was given a 5-year prison term for attempting to obstruct his arrest after he was impeached and suspended from office. Yoon was the first sitting South Korean president to be arrested in an operation involving over 3,000 police personnel that involved the standoff with his presidential security agent. Still on, the White House has warned Iran would be very wise to make a deal with the United States amid reports that President Donald Trump is weighing fresh military action against the Islamic Republic. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told a news briefing that Trump was still hoping for a diplomatic resolution over Tehran's nuclear program. Caroline's comments come as the United States moves a second battleship into the region and a day after progress was reported at United States-Iran talks in Switzerland. United States media reported on Wednesday that Trump had discussed attack options with advisors and that a U.S. strike could take place as early as Saturday. Last summer, the United States military launched strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. We'll bring you the sport news after this break. Do stay with us. FIFA boss Gianni Infantino has revealed that all 104 matches of the 2026 World Cup will be sold out while tickets are still available ahead of the tournament's June 11 kickoff. Speaking in an interview from Mar-a-Lago, the Florida resort owned by Donald Trump, Infantino said there had been 508 million ticket requests in 4 weeks for about 7 million available tickets. Infantino added that requests during the main sales phase in January comes from more than 200 countries. The FIFA president also addressed his concerns over ticket prices, which supporters associations have described as exorbitant, that already reached record levels on resale sites. The 2026 tournament will be hosted by the United States, Canada and Mexico and will be the first edition expanded to 48 teams. To end the news, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Lagos State Governor, has charted a new course for sport funding by inaugurating the Lagos State Sports Trust Fund Board of Trustees. According to a report by the News Agency of Nigeria, the governor urged the newly appointed members to mobilize private sector resources to revitalize sport development across the state. Sanwo-Olu challenged the board to leverage their networks, expertise and professional influence to build sustainable institutions that will support sport development for present and future generations. The governor emphasized the need to prioritize grassroots programs and the rehabilitation of sporting facilities, noting that several government-funded projects require completion and upgrade. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day TV midday bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
We're starting.
Oh, okay.
So good afternoon once again, everyone, and welcome to today's webinar titled Customer Retention Strategies for SMEs. We are delighted to have you. We are delighted to have every one of you on board today. So we all know that in today's competitive business environment, attracting customers is very important. But one vital key is keeping them. And keeping them is what truly drives sustainable growth, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises. So that's why we came about this session today and the topic. The session is designed to equip SME owners, managers, and marketers with practical proven strategies to build loyalty and create long-term customer value. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so once again, my name is Esther Owari. I work with Business Day, and I'll be your moderator for today. I'll be guiding the conversation, taking questions from participants online, and ensuring we get the most of today's insightful session. So in no particular order, I'm just going to call on the speakers to introduce themselves. And we hope to get the most of today, and we encourage everyone to stay engaged, take notes, and ask a question. And to all our participants, we ask that you drop your questions in the chat box so we can take it up from there. Once again, thank you for joining us, and let's dive right in. So, Ms. Kenny, please, can you introduce yourself? Okay, I can't see her online. Mr. Jesse, can you please introduce
All right.
yourself?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Jesse Amangu. I'm a DevOps and data science specialist. So in simple terms, basically, I make sure that systems don't fail, right? So currently, I work as a cloud engineer for MoneyPoint, where we make sure that customers are always happy and yeah, you're able to get your transfers ASAP. So yeah, that's all there is to know about me.
Nice to have you on board, Mr. Jesse, and thank you for coming on board today.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Edward, can you please introduce yourself?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Edward Israel Aide. I'm the founder and CEO of Carpe Solutions, a story-driven PR agency based in Lagos. We support established and emerging businesses with the tools and strategies to build trust and manage their reputation and build inroads with customers and stakeholders.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. Mr. Michael, can you please introduce yourself? Mr. Michael, can you please introduce yourself?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Michael Ajasi. I'm a travel entrepreneur and a global business strategist. So what we do basically is we help people get their dreams, achieved through relocation, immigration, routes. So when you think travel, you think Flight Connect. So yes, that is who I am and what I do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael, for coming on board. Miss Penny, are you on board? Please, if you are, introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, can you see me? Because I was here earlier and you said you couldn't see me.
We can barely see your face. Your video is not on.
Oh, my Okay. Hi, can everyone see me? I can see everyone. I can see my.
Yeah, I can see you clearly and hear you clearly.
Okay.
Okay. Hi everyone. So I'm Kehinde Ejukolem. People call me Kenny. I'm a strategic business transformation professional. My career spans from almost 2 decades of experience across health tech, fintech, and financial services. I'm happy to be here. I currently work with AXA, where I'm driving digital transformation as well in AXA. And prior to that, I was a CMO at Avon HMO, where I managed to move them into a digital driven brand. Currently, I'm working on a few data-led execution projects within AXA, translating, and I'm very data-driven. My expertise across digital transformation, customer strategy, and analytics has helped me orchestrate a lot of multi-sectoral changes within organizations, and I'm happy to be here. Looking forward to sharing knowledge and also gaining as much insight as I can in the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kenny. It's nice to have you on board. Ms. Dami, please, are you here? Can you introduce yourself? Ms. Dami? Ms. Oyetunji, are you here? So I guess she'll join us along the way. So thank you all for the brief introduction. Right now, it's time to get into, okay. Can you introduce yourself, Ms.? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Can anybody hear her?
No.
Can anybody hear her?
Not at all.
No, I can't.
Can you just log off, log out, and log in back? Okay, so we're just going to dive into it, and I believe everyone has their presentation ready for the audience.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, fine. We're just going to start with Miss Kenny. Can you please take the floor? In 10 minutes, the floor is yours. Just tell us what you have about the topic, and after we'll go into the session of question and answers. Miss Kenny. Mr. Jesse.
All right, let me go first. Just let me know when you can see my screen.
Before you start, can you also put on your video so we can see you, because we don't know who we're talking to.
Oh, okay. My video is on. Can you see me?
Oh, okay. I can't see you.
Can anyone see me?
You see him?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right. Just let me know when you can see my screen.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
How about now?
Can anybody see his screen?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. So today's topic is around customer retention strategies for SMEs in Nigeria. So basically, I'll be taking you through that using like real situations we all recognize and not just like textbook theory. Because in Nigeria, as we all know, like theory is nice, but reality is louder. So before we go deeper, let me quickly explain where this perspective is coming from, right? I work in a fintech supporting platforms that handle millions of customer interactions daily. And one thing that experience teaches you very quickly is this: customers don't stay because your business is fancy, they stay because it's reliable. In my field, like DevOps, we say uptime builds trust. When I relate it to in the business sense, right? In business, consistency builds loyalty. And the truth of the matter is that if your service is always down, customers won't wait for a version 2. They're going to uninstall immediately and move to the next best thing, right? So now let's talk about why this matters for Nigerian SMEs. Basically, for Nigerian SMEs, retention is cheaper when you think about it. It's smarter, it's more realistic than chasing new customers every day. As you can see here, you have like increased LTV. Loyal customers tend to spend more time on your products. And it's cheaper, it's 5 times cheaper to retain a customer than to introduce a new one, right? So it's just like in tech, fixing a stable system is way cheaper than saying you want to rebuild from scratch, right? And customers exactly work the same way. So some businesses today are running ads while ignoring customers that already like them. So it's literally like looking for a new partner while your current one is still loyal. So if retention is this important, where exactly are SMEs getting it wrong? We'll go to the next section. So the biggest mistake or the common pitfall that SMEs make, right, is that once payment enters, right, communication disappears. There is no follow-up, no confirmation, no hope you are satisfied. After payment enters, you keep into your words, right? A is A, right? Consistency means today's service should be the same as tomorrow's service. We don't want to hear that today you're up, tomorrow like we can't reach you for like 2 days or for a lot of hours. You understand? Because one thing we need to understand is that customers will forgive late delivery, right? But they would not, what they won't forgive is silence, which brings us to like our third loyalty driver, communication, right? Most times customers don't expect perfection, they usually expect predictability, the ability for you to know that if I try to purchase from this service provider today, if I try to purchase from this person today, I would be getting the same service as I got yesterday, right? I would be getting some form of feedback. If I have issues, people would properly follow up with me, right? So this is where the price conversation enters like the WhatsApp group. So let's talk about Nigeria as a whole. So in a price-sensitive market like Nigeria, the customer experience often outweighs a lot of things, right? Most customers don't choose to go for the cheapest option, right? They choose to go for the option that does not stress them. And in today's, in our country today, right, many Nigerians will happily pay more just so that they don't have to start calling you 10 times, right? In engineering, as I try to relate to it in the business sense, right, poor performance cancels out good pricing. No matter how much you want to charge a customer, if you can't back it up with stability, then you'd lose a lot. And even the ones that you have, you retain. So therefore, let's talk about some strategies in improving experience. So basically, improving experience doesn't have to be expensive. And we're going to look at some low-cost retention tactics, right? So in this case, we have personalized WhatsApp messages. So this doesn't cost anything. When someone purchases from you, if you give a service, always learn to give feedback, right? Or always learn to follow up. Send thank you notes, order updates. Even if it's their birthday, send birthday wishes. That way you're able to retain these customers without doing too much. Loyalty programs also come into play where you're able to offer small discounts, right? We see what happens in some companies, right? Where during some certain periods, there is maybe like a 20% discount in like their products. And this drives brand loyalty and even encourages like customer retention. Then we also have feedback collection. So most people would take feedback as an insult, but I don't look at it as an insult. It's free consulting, right? So when relating to tech, right, in systems, small checks usually prevent like big outages. So when you relate it to business, small follow-ups prevents customer loss because it's from feedback you'd get to improve your systems. You get to iterate and know what's best to do, right? So once you start doing these things, how do you know they're actually working, right? Which leads us to the next slide, which is simple metrics to spot churn early, right? So basically, some simple metrics to spot this churn are repeat purchase rates, right? When you track these basic numbers, you need to ask yourself some fundamental questions. You need to actually pay attention, right? Are customers coming back? Are they responding to messages? Are complaints being resolved? If you're able to focus on these three simple metrics, right, it would improve the way customers are being retained, right? So basically, how I try to relate this to engineering, because that's like my major standpoint. In engineering, we usually don't wait for total failures before acting. You usually see some metrics that will guide you and tell you that, oh, you need to do this before people actually complain, right? Because when people complain, it's actually already late because you only have some threshold before they move to the next best thing. And most times, we as SMEs, we usually assume that if customers ghost you, right, you assume maybe they're busy or something like that. But sometimes you have to look at your process and maybe try to notice where something is broken, right? So this is where SMEs realize like something important, right? So as an SME, because you don't have the capital, because you don't have the marketing budget, what you have is speed, which is agility, right? The ability to adapt to customer needs and market changes. When they say they want this, are you able to push out that change ASAP, right? You also need to have a personal touch. People need to be able to recognize your brand, right? in such a way that even the bigger brands, they can't replicate, right? In Nigeria today, people don't just buy products, they buy relationships. So let me just wrap this up with the most important takeaway, right? Customer complaints are not bad, right? The truth is that silence is worse. When customers complain and you respond quickly, you empathize with them, you follow up, you don't lose credibility. That's just the truth. Instead, you gain it. In DevOps, right, reliability keeps systems alive. In business, reliability keeps customers loyal. The truth is that retention is not magic. It's trust, consistency, and communication done every day. Thank you for coming to this session.
Okay, thank you so much for this inspiring session. I have a lot of questions, but I'll come back to you.
All right.
Yes, so Mr. Edward, the floor is yours for 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just try to share my screen as well.
Okay, we can't see your screen.
Oh. Let me know which time. I'm just going to run through it. Okay, so once again, my name is Edward Israel Aide. I'm the CEO of Capedium Solutions, and over about a decade in the industry, I've helped Nigerian brands really manage their reputation and build perception. And for me, I'll say that the notion that exists in the market, and which I would like to really counter, is the belief that customer retention is a marketing or even an operations problem. I don't think it is a marketing or an operations problem based on my experience in the field. And my belief is that it's a reputation crisis. It is mostly around, just like the previous speaker said, about what you say and what you do. And until we address that core problem, the whole idea about either you are doing marketing campaigns, you're doing loyalty programs, you're doing discounts and all of that, I think they will continue to fail. I think that one key thing people need to understand when it comes to retention, especially for SMEs who do not have the kind of budgets that large conglomerates have, and who have the opportunity to shoot in the dark at times, do you understand? Because SMEs are much more cash constrained, I believe strongly that you need to make sure that every buck is what it's being spent on. So if you look at it, people usually look at retention from a how do I position myself, do you understand, and not from a this is our values and this is who we are. When most SMEs approach us at Capedium, one question we always ask them is what do people know you for? It's not about what you sell, it's not about who you say you are, it's not about what fantastic product that you have out there. It's mostly around, like, what are you known for? What do your customers say that you are? What do your stakeholders say that you are? And a lot of people struggle to answer that because all they have to share is their products, their features, their services. Last year I spoke at some conference, and one of the questions that came was from a lady who was in the agricultural space, and she was saying that, oh, our marketing seems not to be working. She's been sharing a lot of the features and benefits of our products and none of that, and it doesn't seem to be converting. And that's usually the challenge. A lot of people just cannot say what they are known for beyond what they are saying by themselves. But what you need to understand is that in Nigeria, especially, there's a huge trust deficit. We're operating in a trust deficit market. If you are a business owner, you are not starting from ground zero. You're starting from negative because the customer, the stakeholder already comes into the room with a trust deficit. It doesn't believe that things work because it's a Nigeria. Governments has failed, previous businesses have failed, maybe even their parents have failed. So we're in a trust deficit market, and this is, of course, due to decades of institutional dishonesty, people expecting disappointment, and it then comes to a question of like, if it's about keeping customers and you're trying to make it about how do you market yourself, how do you streamline your operations, then you're not answering the question, which is that you're operating in a market that is already expecting you to disappoint. So it's about earning the right daily through consistent display of living true to your word. And there's some gaps in the market that you need to really fill as an SME. One is that you need to make sure that you can live up to what you're saying. And this affects a lot of SMEs if you really think about it. There's the belief that I can say what I want and not live up to it, and then people will move on. So there's a promise delivery gap where you say, for instance, that we're promising you fast service, but then you do not deliver on the fast service. And then you're hoping that, oh, okay, they won't mind, or we can always blame it on Nigeria, or everybody knows how Nigeria works. There's traffic, there's this, there's that, there's all of that. At that point in time, you may feel like people will understand, and maybe some of them will understand, but the reality is that bit by bit, that's your trust that they have in your position, in that, oh, you're going to get your message fast, you're going to get your delivery fast, rather. You're going to get a delivery fast is already being affected or impacted, and people are already looking at you like, maybe it is fast delivery today. Tomorrow it could be the quality of the product that you're telling us is 100% organic. Maybe you're not truly living up to that as well. Another thing very linked to that is the visibility versus reality gap. What people see online and what they experience. And of course, we all see this a lot. We all buy consumer products from even large conglomerates. And a lot of times there's the perception of what they are telling us. And then when you walk into a shop, what you're experiencing from the service people, from the general atmosphere. And of course, this happens a lot with restaurants for me in Lagos, where there's this whole perception, and then you go in there and then the service is not at that level. The service is just very basic, and you're asking yourself, what am I really doing here? Then of course, there's the assumption versus expectation gap. So here's the thing: people assume that customers want the cheapest price, and I think that's a wrong approach. People don't want cheap things, because cheap typically means that maybe the quality is inferior and all of that. What people want a lot of times is value for their money. So if I'm paying 100,000 naira for something, I want value that matches 100,000 naira. What happens a lot, however, is that people price at a certain level, or position at a certain level, and then they are not able to deliver on that value. So these are some of the areas in which SMEs lose trust. Of course, living up to what you say that you are going to deliver, what people see about you and what they experience, and then of course being able to deliver the value for what people pay for. There's a framework that we've developed over time, especially when we're working with SMEs and advising them on how to position and really retain customers. A lot of times it's not, you don't need big budgets. You don't need to have a $500,000 budget to really retain customers. A lot of times it's just by living up to your word and being consistent. And the framework, we've called it the the repeat framework for retention. And essentially, it just looks at number one, reputation clarity, which is about defining precisely what you stand for. If, for example, you say you're going to deliver breakfast by 9 o'clock, there are all these caterers who serve corporate organizations and then bring breakfast and lunch and all of that. If you are that kind of SME owner and you say that you will serve breakfast before 9 o'clock, you need to put into consideration that Lagos will be Lagos and make sure that you have mitigated that risk such that you can always serve before 9 o'clock. If that is your positioning statement, if that is what makes you different from the other person, then you need to ensure that you are able to live up to that promise. Of course, not saying that life will not happen. Of course, there are acts of God, there are so many other things that happen, but let it be clear to the customer that you are consistently delivering what you are known for, and it is clearly defined, and people know that that's what you stand for. The other one is, of course, also evidence-based messaging, which is about backing your communications with operational truth. That, of course, means essentially that you're able to create the structures internally that make it possible for you to live up to what people believe you for, what people want you for. Do you understand? So vague promises, of course, always create wishy-washy kind of customers who may come back, may not come back. But if you have specific and continually delivered promises, that of course helps you to build retention. Then there's the public trust building. Every public interaction that you have, either digitally, physically, and so on and so forth, even complaint handling needs to signal to people that you're trustworthy. We've seen a lot of brands be very dismissive when customers come and complain about services or come and complain about products. There's one that happens a lot on Instagram that I see people always complaining about, where people order certain things and what you ordered is not what you got. And then there's always this air of dismissive approach that people associate and say, oh, you're not the target audience, you're not this, you're not that. And all of that really just points to a failure to build trust, to make yourself trustworthy to customers. There's also another part of the framework which is about building emotional equity through storytelling. And this is a very strong one for me because, like I said earlier on, a lot of SME owners.
Sir Edward, your timing is almost up, so please kindly wrap up on time.
Yeah. A lot of SME owners usually believe that there's a lot of that they need a lot of budget to do storytelling, and I always say that no, you don't even need a video. You don't need a video to do good storytelling. At times it could be your WhatsApp status, it could be just a caption on the Instagram post. But of course, that's very important as well, like building emotional equity through storytelling. And one other thing to build retention is be authentic. Don't try to copy what Mr. A is doing. Don't try to jump on trends. Don't try to be what you are not. Very easily be authentic. This is who you are. This is what your values are. This is what you stand for, and continue to reinforce that. And the last but not the least is everybody fails. Everybody make mistakes. Transparency is very, very important. It is always best to say, I understand why I failed in this regard. This is what happened, and we're going to make amends. Do not deflect. Do not try to pass on blames. Do not try to make the customer feel stupid. There are even big organizations like British Petroleum who have handled crises very wrongly because they were trying to deflect blame or trying to muddy the waters and all of that. So very, very last, like I mentioned, you need to be as transparent as possible and own up to your mistakes when they do happen. I would say that in closing, and just to reiterate what I said earlier, retention, when it comes to retention for SMEs, it's not really about what you sell. It's not about how you sell it. It's not about your marketing or your operations. It's more about what you are known for, and how you consistently deliver on it. It's like I mentioned earlier, a reputation issue that you need to consistently deliver on, and it's about active reputation management, and every interaction, every communication and delivery will either build that reputation or erode it. So I think the question I'd like for you to take away, what reputation are you building that makes customers want to either leave you or stay? That's one question you need to take away and ask yourself, and maybe that can help you to refine your strategy to customer retention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. It was nice. I like the fact that his retention is not about what you're selling, but what brand are you building? What are you building? What you're known for? Thank you so much. I have a lot of questions for you, but I'll come back to you later. Ms. Kenny, please, can we have your presentation?
Okay. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Okay. If you can see our screen, just so you can see our screen.
And everyone see my screen. Okay.
I can't see it. Can anybody see her screen?
Can you see my screen?
Mr. Jesse, Mr. Edward. Okay, yes, you can see it now.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Hi. Quite interesting that my slide is coming. My presentation is coming after the first two slides, because part of my concern was the fact that we have a lot of strategies and a lot of proven frameworks out there talking about customer retention. And I wanted to tell the story from a different perspective, especially as a data-driven strategist. So I will be using the data-driven lens on retention here. And not to be rude, but I'm just going to filter the noise around the whole marketing and product development and getting the best customers, loyalty and all that. And we'll just take it straight into what it is. So I think that retention without CLV, which is customer lifetime value, is just guesswork. And the reason being that in my experience, there's no approach we haven't tried towards customer retention. We've started from the products. If you even want to look at it from the customer's life cycle management, if it's in terms of digital products, whether or not it is even services you're providing, or a particular product, or retail or e-commerce. I mean, you look to solve problems, you look to give the best prices, innovation, technology, what kind of development can you put in there? And then you get feedback management from your customers to see how you can improve it over time. Then you move into the marketing, put up the budget, whether it's small or big. Content is doing a lot now, helping people to manage their budget, and then a lot of social proofs and dropping presence there. Some people even go as far as communities, building communities, purchase engagements, trying to make sure that they keep them stuck on the brand. When you come to customer support, you have the guys that invest in the biggest technology tools, CRM, social media, spending marketing budget, doing digital campaigns, excuse me. And lastly, customer success, which is something that has been coming up now. A lot of people are now bringing in customer success, following up after we sold to you, what's our onboarding model, set up some kind of engagement charters, have people to check on your customer success checks, and trying to create advocates amongst your users and your buyers, But all this, I believe that it's what is known, it's what everybody's been doing. And if you keep doing what you've been doing all the time, what is different? What can we do that will be different and then bring something, probably a different result? And that, I think, is including customer lifetime value into whatever strategy it is you have. So using data to undermine whatever strategy it is that you have brought around this 5 core elements of customer retention is what I think is the game changer. And how are you going to do that? So how do you calculate customer lifetime value? For those who don't understand the meaning of customer lifetime value, it's basically the net contribution of your customer to your business. So, so I think someone said earlier, in fact, a lot of people think retention is the work of marketing. I think it's the whole organization itself of finance, operation. Everybody has to come into play to give us, our customers, the best lifetime value that we can get from our brand. And that's where CLV comes into play. So you calculate what is the average order value you have, and you can see for you to get the best average order value, it stems across all the divisions of the organization. So you're calculating your total revenue by your number of orders. The underlying factors there that have to deliver this number of orders to give you high scores. You now have to return it back to all your team contributing to whatever the value is. Your average order frequency. What's the average order frequency of your customers? What number of orders are you having against the number of customers that you have? And then your average customers, your average customer, and lastly, your average customer lifespan, So your lifespan is your sum of all your customers in your business. So your customer lifetime in your business, you can. Sorry, everyone, I'm trying to just do that here. So sum of all customer lifespans in your business and the number of customers. What's the lifespan in your business? That might sound very bogus. So you have about 1,000 customers for an SME. You have about 1,000 customers, and each of them, some have been with you for 5 years, some have been with you for 10 years, some have been. I was happy to see that the data scientists on this call. You have to employ the use of data analytics to be able to get this score. So you get the total sum of all your customer lifespan, and then you divide it by your total number of customers. That will give you your average customer lifespan. What this customer lifetime value gives you is the answer to questions such as what is your customer's worth? So which ones are worth retaining? Which ones are not that worth letting go, but you just put them in a particular bucket. You start to work intelligently with your budgets. So you want to do marketing, and then you're leveraging on this kind of scores to inform how your marketing is targeted, how much you would invest in keeping them, because you already know what kind of value that you're getting from them and what you're giving to them as well. It also influences how much you're investing into marketing and any kind of strategy that any consultant wants to bring into your business. And then you get intelligent enough to start predicting long-term value. So you start to predict even churn of your customers, because you start to see the behavior of some and start to see, identify that, okay, some are actually getting into this kind of bucket, what should we do? The next step after getting that score is, which is what I was just talking about, is segmenting. So you start to segment your customers into various buckets of engagement targeted at retention. Now, you are segmenting your already existing segment. Most businesses, obviously, you should have your your segmentation done in your business. So you have the trending mobiles, your adopters, mobile professionals, and the baby boomers. I didn't put that here, but because it's SME, we're not talking big, but if you want to get very deep into segmentation, you have the different classes of customers, what their targeted, what their target communication should be like, how you want to frame them. I'm sure marketing, innovation, and technologies and all that help you achieve that. But the underlying factor with the CLV coming to what you have existing is that it now helps you segment those segments that you already.
You're almost running out of time. Please, can you quickly round up?
Yeah, thank you. So you group them into the very unprofitable, profitable, and then the very profitable. And what that is going to do is going to help you move your customers, so you can move the ones from profitable across the board, different segments, and then you will now be able to identify if you actually need new customers, how many do you need, and what value they are going to be bringing into the system. I think that intelligently doing this now gives you an interconnected ecosystem into marketing and marketing strategies that bring about retention within the organization. And so what connects every kind of consultation or recommendation around retention, I believe, is a data-driven approach, which is customer lifetime value, which of course leads to profitability of business. Thank you very much.
Can you please, the floor is yours for 10 minutes. Please, can we make it fast because we're running out of time and we still have a lot of questions and answers. Mr. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know if you can see me.
Please, if you can see him, just say you can see him.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so I've been trying to share my slide, but you didn't allow me in on the call so that I could share. But I'll just go ahead and do the presentation because of time. And so I've been listening to all the speakers before me, share things about customer retention, which is really, really amazing, right? But then there are a few things I would like that we look into, because when we look at customer retention, the question, what is it? Right? And sometimes we think it is probably maybe marketing problem, maybe it is maybe we are not doing what we're supposed to do, maybe it's a psychological issue, maybe it's an emotional issue, maybe it's even an operational issue. But the question is, what is customer retention? And this is it. Marketing the truth and delivering the truth. That is customer retention. The ability to say, this is what I'm selling, and being able to deliver what you're selling is the long and short of customer retention. But of course, there are variables responsible for the number one. We look at retention doesn't start after delivery. Retention actually starts the moment you promise. So when you promise, this is what I am giving to you as a product or a service, your retention starts from there. And so most SMEs think retention is something you do after sales, but it's not. Retention breaks at the first promise. So if you begin to sell and you don't have strategy in place to ensure that what you're selling is being delivered, then you have retention problem. All right. So when responsibilities are unclear, when payment is taken before certainty is created, you have customer retention problems. So customers don't churn. They quietly withdraw trust. They withdraw trust because, number one, there are three things responsible for this. Hope we know that before a customer can come to you, there are 5 things let me give you 4 that are responsible for that. So number one, they are afraid. And so their fear is on the line. Their hope is on the line. Their trust is on the line. And the money they are giving to you is on the line. And so it's a common problem with SMEs. For example, I ordered an item on TikTok. It's over 3 weeks, over 100,000 products. Till now, as I'm talking to you, no message, no call, nothing, pure silence. Why is that? Because this person claiming to be a business owner doesn't have the strategy that is required to retain. So from the point of inquiry to the point of delivery, we have the ability to ensure that whatever we are doing in process must be given to these people, or what we call customers. And so retention doesn't start after delivery. It starts the moment you promise. The number 2 is Nigerian customers are managing risk, not price. In customer retention, we think, if we lower our price, we'll have more people to come on board and then they can come again to buy. No. Every time, what is at the forefront of our business is risk. And these people, the first thing they're asking themselves is, am I going to get what I'm asking for? Am I going to get what I'm paying for? Right? So people are not really, really price sensitive. They are thinking about how well they can manage their risk. So if your process reduces anxiety, emotional safety, very important. We call it trust, but it is really emotional safety. Nigerian customers don't want value. They want peace of mind. So what they're after is not what they are buying. It's the peace of mind that comes with what they are buying, what we call customer experience, right? It's the peace of mind that comes. So no one comes to you casually. They carry fear, hope, pressure, and money. They want to know that choosing you won't embarrass them, won't delay them, or force them to start chasing you, right? So the SME that removes anxiety, not the one that offers low price wins loyalty. And that is part of retention. So if you give them the value without stress, without anxiety, automatically you're retaining them. They will come again and again for you. Number 4 is for SMEs, we often think that we are in competition with other businesses that creates this problem with customer retention. But the real problem here is chaos. Chaos is the real competitor for you as an SME. So most SME don't lose customers to bigger brands. They lose them to internal disorder. No clear owner, no consistent process, too many explanations. The fastest way to retention or to increase retention is to reduce chaos. Reduce chaos as much as possible. The silent treatment, the back and forth with regards to feedback, the back and forth with regards to giving information. Whatever is happening to you internally must be managed well internally so that it doesn't, escalate, right? So if you don't know how to manage your internal process, it will result to chaos afterwards. And with that, customers will want to come again to you. Number 5 is that the future really belongs to structured businesses. So as SMEs, you need to really structure your business. Again, remember, you're selling the truth, you must deliver the truth. And this is what in my organization is what we do. Marketing sells the truth, operations delivers the truth. So as customers becomes more exposed, tolerance for disorder drops. And AI and automation won't fix, this problem either. They will reveal it. And so it is very important that we understand that, as business owners, it is not the idea of, I want to automate, no. It is that we have to create a structure that works. Who is responsible for what? At what time? So, who is responsible to cater to this first step? Who is responsible to the next step? Who is responsible for the third step? Who is responsible for the last step? Who is responsible to post-delivery? Because most SMEs, once they deliver, they leave it at that. But post-delivery is also very important. Who is responsible for that? Client feedback. Are you happy? Did you enjoy it? Was it good? Did you, have a good time with us? Would you like to come back again? We have new products we want to. So it is easy from that point forward if we're able to structure our process. So the SME that will last are the ones that feel calm to deal with. You have to be predictable as an SME. You have to be accountable as an SME. You have to be very human as an SME. Empathy is the driver of retention. Empathy is the driver of retention. And so for an SME, these are the 5 keys that I believe, would help retain customers in this dispensation that we are in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. Quite an inspiring session. Ms. Dami, I want to know, are you online now? Hello, Ms. Dami, are you online now? I don't think she came back online. Maybe she's having difficulties with her network. Thank you so much, everyone. It was quite an inspiring presentation. I really learned a lot from each and every one of you. So right now, with no much ado, we're going to go into the session of question and answers because we're trying to round up in the next 20 minutes. So I'll just ask this first question because I feel that in this competitive world that we have a lot of bigger brands and we have brands that are just trying to come up and they're doing the same business. So I want to ask, and we all know that SMEs don't have the same amount for advertising like bigger brands. So I want to ask each and every one of you, how can Nigeria SMEs compete with larger brands? How can SMEs compete with larger brands despite limited budget and infrastructure challenges? Did you get my question? Please, if you got my question, just signify by answering. How can Nigerian SMEs compete with larger brands despite limited budgets and infrastructure challenges? Because everyone wants to climb to the top. So how can these SMEs compete with them?
Okay, so let me just address that. Like I mentioned on my during my presentation, there was a particular question that I addressed last year, which was just exactly like this. Someone in the agricultural space who was trying to compete with large conglomerates like Dangote Foods and Bua and all of that. The important thing to note is that you cannot outspend them. You don't have budgets. Do you understand? And I was giving the person an example that if a fintech can come into a market space and spend 2 years, 3 years worth of marketing budget just to gain market share, they don't want to make profit. They just want to get market share. And you're trying to live day to day. So you really cannot outspend them. But what you can do, what I've found with a lot of SMEs is that you can outstory them. And let me use that word. You can tell much more compelling stories than a lot of large organizations, because while they are going through different forms of approval, legal approval, corporate communications approval, and all of that, you can just share an interesting story. And I'll go back to an example I gave the woman who asked me a question. She's in the agricultural space, and I told her, I said, instead of selling your features, your products, because at the end of the day, quality and features are a dime a dozen. But your story is unique to you. I told her, okay, why don't you share stories of the people who are working with you on the farm, the community that you're operating in, I think somewhere in Ondo State or Ekiti State. Who are these women who leave their homes, who come to your farm, who help you to plant, to harvest, and all of that? What are their stories? Do you understand? How has their lives improved since you started that business in their community? How have you been able to provide jobs in the community? How have you been able to maybe help somebody send their daughter to school and so on and so forth? And that's particular to that person. But ultimately, what it means is that as an SME, you have a lot more authentic stories to tell. So you can tell a lot more impactful and authentic stories than a lot of large conglomerates. And you don't need a lot of budgets to do it again. Do you understand? Again, storytelling is not always video. It can be a picture taken well with the right caption. It can be an Instagram stories post. Like you just put text there. Do you understand? Storytelling takes so many forms, and I feel like that's one way that that you as an SME can really compete with these large brands. Tell stories, tell authentic stories, and tell them consistently. And most importantly, live up to the stories that you're telling.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. SMEs, did you tell stories, tell authentic stories? So, do any other speaker have something to add to what he has said? Mr.
Yes.
Jack, okay.
So it is true that you cannot compete on the budget with bigger brands, but you can compete on accountability, right? Again, selling the truth and delivering the truth. Accountability is very key. Once you do that, easily people will come to you. Easily, you can't be, you don't have the money, but storytelling is very key. But after telling the story, you have to be very, very accountable. And so you can compete on accountability, and you win. You win very big. And we've seen that recently where bigger brands are now coming down to smaller brands, smaller influencers to work with them. Why? Because people can trust those smaller brands, those smaller, influencers to get their stories out there. Is a flat playing field right now. And so tell your stories, yes, but compete more on accountability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. I like the fact that he said you can sell accountability. I think that is what every SME needs to have. Thank you so much. Ms. Kenny, Mr. Jesse, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so I always come from a data angle again. So just as I mentioned about segmenting your customers, yeah, storytelling and all that, but the accountability that he just mentioned, it's more like what I would say. So there's this tactic you can use to actually segment how you engage and become accountable to. Most customers expect you to remember them, and that's one advantage that an SME has over the big brands. They have too many customers to be concerned. They have a contact center with 500 agents that are taking calls. Some of them, you can't even know if they finished or wrapped up the call properly. But what you have is a closed user list that you can use to monitor and follow up. Members, customers appreciate that person that comes back to check that whatever complaint they made, whatever product they got, it's working fine. Segments, those type of customers are very valuable to you because at the end of the day, it's your return on investment that you're working towards, and make sure you follow up with them. If you can keep that circle of customers together and always, like you said, be accountable to those guys, I think that word of mouth would happen and help your business to scale better.
You always come from a different angle. Thank you so much. Mr. Jesse, do you have another thing to add?
So far, so good. I think the speakers have been lovely. They've pretty much touched most of the things I would like to say. So I just want to reiterate that what sets smaller businesses apart from larger brands is closeness, just like the previous speaker mentioned, right? The ability to be empathetic to their cause because you have like a smaller scale, the ability to resolve issues fast, and not only resolving issues fast, resolve issues personally, right? Treat them not just like a metric on your dashboard, but like an actual human, right? That way they see your business, right, as if it were their own, and it drives them to come to you to want to buy from you again, because they're not just buying like a product, or you're not just purchasing a service, but they are getting an experience basically.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jesse. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Jesse. So I'm going to ask one question, and after that, we'll go to the last question before we call it a day. And so far, so good. It's been amazing. Thank you all for coming on board. So my question would be, at what stage should SMEs start focusing on retention instead of just acquisition? And how long should an SME realistically wait before expecting retention results? Did you get my question?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So everyone can answer first.
Okay. Retention starts from the get-go, in fact. You start to take retention seriously from the get-go. From the minute the customer has made an interaction with your brand, you consider retention at that point. And I advise SMEs, I mean, you think how much do you have, but as little as a referral scheme, getting rewards for making referrals gets people coming back to your brand. So that time when they're coming on board and we are talking about, oh, come on board and bring somebody else and get your next buy 50% or 20% off, your retention strategies have to step in from the get-go when the customer interacts with your brand. The reason being that a customer will always remember how he was treated the first time as much than even when he has come on your brand and started getting very familiar with your product. So you want to leave a best impression from the get-go that lingers through their interaction with your brand, and then can inform any kind of relationship that is going to be built out of what it is you are selling. So I think it's from the get-go. Yeah, people try. I advise people to work on loyalty platforms. You can try to integrate with loyalty platforms that work with your numbers. Again, once you get your value that you want to give out to customers, start to calculate, work backward, and see how much you can give out to your members. It would sound like expense, but you have to give to be able to gain. So I think it starts from the beginning. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kenny. If you have any other thing to add to this, Mr. Edward, Mr. Michael, Mr. Jesse, do you have any other thing to add?
Yeah, I just want to add again, maybe just to reiterate what Kenny has said earlier, is about what I would call for SMEs. I always advise zero budget strategies. Do you understand? There are so many things that you can do without spending a naira. Do you understand? So I'll say, just like she said earlier on, that you're actually doing both. For an SME, you're doing both at the same time. You should be doing both at the same time. You should be doing both retention and acquisition at the same time, because from a reputation point of view, every new customer that comes in should also be a retention play for you if you're able to deliver on your promise. Because what SMEs have a lot of times that large enterprises do not have is, with SMEs you can get a lot done with word of mouth marketing. Do you understand? If you consistently deliver on your promise, and you find that a lot of SMEs have grown that way. Somebody refers you to somebody, somebody refers you to somebody, because people have come to you and you've delivered on your promise. While a large organization may need to spend a lot of money doing acquisition and then another budget for customer retention. But I would say that for SMEs, it's a zero budget thing for you if you just understand that from the get-go, you are doing both simultaneously. You're trying to acquire, but you're also you also need to retain by delivering on your promises. They are essentially two expressions of the same thing, which is a consistent repetition delivery. People coming to you and meeting what they ordered is what they are getting, like we say on Nigerian social media.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do any speaker has any other thing to say?
I think, they've said it very well, but I'd just like to sum it up by saying SMEs must maintain the same energy that they deploy through marketing to inquiry and to delivery. They must maintain the same energy. Otherwise, you create problems for yourself. Like I said earlier, I said retention doesn't start after delivery. It starts from the moment you make a promise. The promise is the marketing. Then once you start from there, the energy, the problem is that every time, most of the time, I see SMEs, they make promises, by the time they follow up with you with cost, the moment you pay, the energy drops. They stop responding, they stop acting, and that's it. But retention really is that you have to keep up with the same energy that you started with till the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any other thing to add? So if there's no that, we'll just go to the final part, the final question. And as you're saying this final question, please give us a parting word for an SME, how you want them to grow, how you want them to improve in their businesses, because they're looking up to each and every, especially you speakers here, they're looking up onto you guys, you speakers, to be able to improve in their business. So let's have a parting word from your experience. What you feel they can do to retain their business, the retention strategy that has worked for you, that gives you the highest return on investment. So, and as you're saying that, please just also give us a parting word, because we're definitely running out of time right now. So any speaker can start first.
All right, let me go first. So my parting word to SMEs in Nigeria or as a whole is that if there's one thing, right, that you have to look at is don't build your business for just today's sale, right? Build it for people who will still choose you tomorrow, right? Because one thing you need to understand is that customers have options. They don't stay because you are perfect. They stay because you are consistent, because you're able to communicate with them, and most importantly, because you show up, especially even when things don't go according to plan, because no business is 100%, right?
Yeah.
So big businesses, most times they grow with money, but as a small business, you need to grow with trust because that's something that is free and yeah, can come easily once you build it. And the thing about trust is that it's built quietly, but basically over time through small actions that you take every day. So follow up, listen, and fix what you can. So that's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That means a whole lot. Like follow up as much as you can. Thank you so much. Miss Kenny.
So I think what I would say is to turn every opportunity into a chance of loyalty. So more like turn complaints into loyalty opportunities. So in your business, there are bound to be complaints received from customers and all. As I have mentioned about your segmentation, those insights tend to help you identify who's complaining, who's speaking, intelligently address those complaints, and you'll be shocked to see how you can turn complaints into loyalty opportunities that return high profitability. For instance, if one of your highest customer lifetime value customers are complaining, build your system around ways to address complaints instantly. And not every customer is treated the same. I'm a customer experience expert and I can tell you that you can't treat every customer the same. That's why the banks have different types of products. So make sure that you work with that structure to be able to address your complaint and make sure that everyone that comes in through those channels have their personalized experience that can always turn your customers to brand loyal customers. So just keep that in mind, that every complaint is an opportunity to get a loyal customer. Optimize and maximize every chance you get using your data and information at the back of your head. And I think that you will not miss it. The big brands don't have time for this because there's too much in terms of numbers, but you as a small customer, you can identify easily and know the ones that you can follow through. Not to say that there's none that you shouldn't follow through, but you have to look at your numbers at the end of the day. Yes, so yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kenny. And so to my last two speakers, anyone can come first.
My final words would be that, and of course I'm a PR consultant, so I'm looking at everything from that point of view. My final word to not just SMEs, to any business essentially, would be that most retention failures aren't about tactics or technology. A lot of times they're about unclear promises and inconsistent delivery. People, of course, are already operating in a trust deficit mindset, in a trust deficit society. So you are now also compounding the trust deficit. So a lot of times it's not even about tactics, it's not about technology, it's not about operations. A lot of times it's just failing. You pay for data expecting that data will last you for 6 weeks, and then 3 days later it doesn't last you, and then somebody's trying to explain to you the technicality of how much gigabytes something runs in the background and all of that. You're not interested. They've really created an opportunity for you to not use them again and go try someone else. So again, I'll say that know what you stand for, communicate it clearly, and deliver it consistently, because a lot of people always, like, people come to us and feel like, oh, PR is like it's like an act. Like, oh, once you do PR, like, you just solve all your problems. And really, that's that's not PR. That's whatever it is. It's definitely not PR. What you need over time is to be able for people to know what you stand for, and knowing what you stand for will be about not just communicating what you stand for, but for delivering on what you stand for. That service delivery. That's what I think a lot of people need to learn about. Meeting promises and delivering consistently on what you say you are, and that's what people will take away. That's the perception they'll have about you, and that will be more effective than any loyalty program you can run, any advertising campaign you can run, or any giveaway that you want to do.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. Mr. Michael, your passing word.
Thank you very much. So as SMEs, we must understand that trust is your currency. And there are 4 things responsible for that. Number 1, you have to minimize complaints as much as possible. That should be your major focus, actually. Every time you get feedback, make sure you don't get that same feedback. It's a negative feedback. Make sure you don't get that feedback again. So it happens once, it doesn't happen again, or it must not happen again. That should be the goal. Number 2, timely response to inquiries, to delivery. Number 3, optimize timely delivery. It is very, very important. Once you can do that, and then honest communication. Things go wrong sometimes. There are things we cannot control. But once you get yourself in that situation, make sure you communicate honestly, and don't communicate out of impulse or rush of emotions. Take your time, be professional with it, structure it, and make sure, ask the question, if this person received this, how would that person feel? How would this person react? And then go back to the drawing board, redraft your email, redraft your response, and then throw it out to them. That way, your customer retention is much more guaranteed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. Thank you to all our esteemed speakers. Thank you to Mr. Edward. Thank you to Mr. Jesse. Thank you to Ms. Kenny. Thank you to Mr. Michael. It was amazing. I personally have learned a lot, and I think when I start to do my own business, I had things that would take me to take my business to the next level. And with this, we'll call this the end of this session. Till next month again, we hope to have SME Clinic every month. So depending on the topic, we bring speakers from far and wide. And if you need any inquiries, you can always reach out to us on BusinessDay TV on YouTube, or reach us on Instagram. Thank you so much, and have a blessed day, everyone.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yet.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny
Mama. My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Mama. My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Not everyone gains access. Not everyone belongs to the room within the room. The Shift Conference Lagos 2026 introduces the VIP experience for leaders who refuse to simply attend, but who have chosen rather to ascend. The VIP session gives you some benefits that the general session can't. Special registration and access into the room, a meet and greet with me before the general session starts, front row seats, and at the VIP session, opportunity to ask the speakers direct questions, strategic networking, and a curated launch designed to enhance networking and opportunity. There are few seats, but so many on our wait list already. If you belong to the table, this is your invitation. Lock in your seat before someone else takes your place.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
This is a Business Day TV news update reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, unexpected inflation drop fuels rate cut calls. This is from FXTM. NIMET rebounds with 982 million naira PAT. EcoBank Nigeria fully repay $300 million Eurobond. Federal Mortgage Bank targets 750 billion naira recapitalization to boost housing finance. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Nigeria's unexpected slowdown in inflation has strengthened expectations that the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria could begin cutting interest rates at its next meeting scheduled for Monday and Tuesday. Analysts say the latest inflation figures provide policymakers with room to ease monetary policy after months of aggressive tightening. Nigeria's headline inflation rate slowed to 15.10% in January, slightly lower than 15.15% recorded in December 2025, largely driven by softer food prices, helping to ease broader price pressures across the economy. Senior market analyst at FXCM Lukman Otunuga described the slowdown as a positive development, adding that lower inflation and the naira's recent appreciation against the dollar gives the central bank greater flexibility. Analysts, however, caution that risks remain, warning that premature rate cuts could reverse gains in price stability or put pressure on the currency. Moving on, NIMET International Pharmaceuticals PLC has returned to profitability, posting a net profit of 982.11 million naira for the 2025 financial year, reversing a loss of 885.33 million naira recorded in 2024. The turnaround was driven by a 64% increase in revenue to 7.37 billion naira, with its operating profit also surging significantly to 2.7 billion naira compared to just 18.9 million naira the previous year. Managing Director Valentine Okelu said the recovery was driven by strong sales growth, prudent cost management, and the restructuring of foreign currency obligations, helping to reduce exposure to exchange rate volatility. The improved performance has boosted investor confidence, with the company's share price rising by 59% within the first month of 2025. Looking ahead, NIMET plans to raise 20 billion naira to complete a WHO standard manufacturing facility in Anambra State, with its expansion expected to strengthen Nigeria's pharmaceutical manufacturing sector. And still on, EcoBank Nigeria has fully repaid the outstanding principal and accrued interest on its 300 million Eurobond originally due February 16, 2026. The lender says the repayment marks a major milestone in its liability management strategy and efforts to strengthen its balance sheet. The repayment follows an earlier prepayment of about $245 million in January, representing more than 80% of the total issuance. EcoBank Nigeria says it will now shift its funding focus towards the domestic capital market and plans to prioritize domestic credit ratings and local debt issuance to optimize funding costs. Analysts say the move also strengthens EcoBank Nigeria's resilience and aligns its long-term strategy with evolving market conditions. Coming up, Federal Mortgage Bank targets 750 billion naira recapitalization to boost housing finance. We'll bring you more after this break. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still the Business Day TV News Update. The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria says it is targeting a capital base of 750 billion naira to expand housing finance. Managing Director Shehu Osidi revealed this on Wednesday while marking 2 years in office, noting the bank's paid-up capital is about 2.56 billion naira and remains grossly inadequate. Osidi says the recapitalization drive approved by the Federal Executive Council is underway with engagements involving the Ministry of Finance, Central Bank of Nigeria, Ministry of Finance Incorporated and the Bureau of Public Enterprises. The MD added that the bank deployed its core banking application in 2025, improved digital access and recovered 19 billion naira in wrongful deductions. It's also recovered 27.3 billion naira in delinquent loans over 2 years. FMBN posted a 19.5 billion naira net operating surplus in 2025, up 68.4% year-on-year after 11.58 billion naira in 2024, while Osidi said 2026 will focus on recapitalization, reducing non-performing loans and advancing digital reforms. Away from this story, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission has confirmed that former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai is in its custody over ongoing investigations. The ICPC did not disclose the specific allegations or whether it will formally charge or granted administrative bail. Security forces sources say El-Rufai was moved Wednesday night from the Abuja headquarters of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission by operatives of the Department of State Services. Sources said the DSS had been on standby since Monday when he was first detained by the EFCC before transferring him to the ICPC headquarters. The probe reportedly involved alleged financial misappropriation and claims of missing critics. The proposed merger between Unity Bank PLC and Providence Bank Limited has moved the combined institution above the Central Bank of Nigeria's new 200 billion naira minimum capital threshold for national lenders, securing shareholder approval and key regulatory clearances. The CBN backed the transaction with financial accommodation, with the Securities and Exchange Commission issuing a no objection, while analysts said the milestones remain critical to meeting recapitalization timelines and strengthening sector resilience. Shareholders approved the scheme at extraordinary general meetings in September 2025, with final court sanction pending, while the combined entity now ranks among 21 banks meeting the new capital requirement. Unity Bank's chief executive, Ebenezer Kolawole, however, said the merger enhances capital strength, operational capacity, and competitiveness. Now, to end the local news, the federal government on Tuesday stepped up efforts to end abandoned public project, unveiling a housing expansion program across 17 states. This was as it commissioned the Federal Housing Authority Mall, a 4-story commercial complex in Gwarimpa Estate in Abuja on Tuesday. Secretary to the government of the Federation, George Akume, described the mall as a testament to institutional reform and renewed momentum in Nigeria's housing sector. Akum assessed the delivery of the one-stall development, underscores the administration's determination to restore accountability and fast-track infrastructure delivery under the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In his words, housing remains central to the government's economic and social stability strategy, pointing to the creation of the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development as a clear signal of that commitment.
I'm highly honored to address you today on this commissioning of FHA Mall, Gwaripa, Abuja. I dare to say that today's event is an epoch-making one because here we are commissioning one of the tallest malls in Abuja, and not just only in Abuja. I stand to be corrected. Even in Nigeria's single-handed tallest mall. I live in Lagos. Tallest mall, not a shared building that has comprised of other things. Single-handedly mall. This is the tallest I've seen in Nigeria, and I stand to be corrected. The resolve of our management to deliver this project sums up of the spirit and cohesion we share in carrying out our job. On assumption of duties, this was one of the projects we inherited, and with the charge of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that the days of abandoned projects are over in minds. Management put in everything we could to revive it, and today it is being commissioned. The structure is a four-suspended floor edifice, comprises of 59 shopping space and a penthouse. And I can tell you categorically that penthouse can seat up to 500 to 600 people at a blow at the 5th floor. Service with all modern amenities for the comfort of the users. As management, our mandate is hinged on the mantra of renewed hope, which is embedded not only in the provision of affordable and livable houses to Nigerians, but also in the provision of such facility as this, that would create conducive business atmosphere to Nigerians living or doing business in our estate. We are not stopping only at Gwaripa Estate. Our blueprint is to extend this type of facility to all our estates.
Welcome back. This is still the Business Day TV News update. National Bank of Rwanda raises key lending rate by 50 basis points to 7.25% as authorities move to contain rising inflation and stabilize prices. This decision comes after inflation accelerated to 8.9% year-on-year in January, exceeding the bank's target range of 2 to 8%. Central Bank Governor Soraya Azui-Zerime says the rate hike is a measured step aimed at bringing inflation back within the target band, which is essential to sustaining economic growth. The central bank warned that inflation risks remain, and current forecasts suggest inflation could remain slightly above 8% in the first half of the year before easing towards the target range by the end of 2026. Despite inflation concerns, Rwanda's economic outlook remains strong, with the Finance Ministry projecting annual growth of about 7% through 2028. And also, Kumba Iron Ore has reported an 18% increase in annual profit for 2025, driven by stronger iron ore prices and improved sales volumes. According to reports, headline earnings per share rose to 45.97 rand, up from 38.94 rand recorded in the previous year. The mining firm said the improved performance was supported by higher average export prices, which rose to $95 per ton from $92 a year earlier, with sales volumes also increasing by 2% to 37 million tons. Chief Executive Officer Mpumi Zikalala attributed the growth to better rail and port logistics, as the improved rail performance enabled more iron ore to be transported efficiently to export terminals despite some derailments during the year. Kumba also reduced its iron ore stockpile and declared a final dividend of 15.43 rand per share, highlighting profitability for Africa's largest iron ore producer. And on the foreign scene, South Korea's former president Yoon Suk-yeol has been sentenced to life imprisonment after a Seoul court convicted him of masterminding an insurrection by declaring martial law on 3rd December 2024. Judges ruled he deployed troops to blocked the National Assembly, ordering the arrest of politicians and undermining the constitution. Prosecutors had sought the death penalty as the court said his actions severely damaged South Korea's democracy, while the order was reversed within hours after lawmakers forced their way in to overturn it, plunging the country into months of political crisis and leading to his impeachment. Crowds of supporters and anti-Yoon protesters gathered outside the court during sentencing as Yoon showed no visible reaction, while his lawyers argued the ruling lacked evidence. Several former officials, including ex-Prime Minister Ahn Duk-soo and ex-Defense Minister Kim Yong-yoon, have also been jailed. Still on, the Pope is being sold to eBay for $1.2 billion in an all-cash deal expected to close by mid-year, with a UK-founded resale platform being offloaded by Etsy, which bought it in 2021 for $1.6 billion. eBay says the acquisition will help it reach younger consumers in the expanding re-commerce market. The more than 30-year-old company described using fashion as one of its fastest-growing categories, while Depop will remain its brand and identity. Depop has 7 million active buyers, nearly 90% under 34, and more than 3 million sellers, with Etsy's chief executive Kruti Patel Goyal confirming the platform is among the fastest growing fashion resale marketplaces in the United States. We bring you the sport news after this break. Do stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
And now in the world of sports, Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen is once again on the radar of Europe's elite clubs, with Paris Saint-Germain, Atletico Madrid and Bayern Munich reportedly renewing their interest ahead of the summer transfer window. Currently at Galatasaray, Osimhen's future is shaping up to be one of the major transfer sagas of the summer. According to Spanish outlets Fichajes, his performances and international pedigree have placed him firmly in the sights of several European heavyweights. The French champions are said to view Osimhen as a significant signing to spearhead their attacking project, with manager Luis Enrique identifying the Nigerian as a priority target. Now to end the news, Mikel Arteta admitted Arsenal have not been consistent enough in recent months after they squandered a 2-0 lead to draw 2-2 with Wolves in a major blow to their title hopes. For the first time in Premier League history, the team at the bottom of the table avoided defeat after going 2 goals down against leaders on a dramatic night at Molineux. Goals from Bukayo Saka and Piero Incapié had Arsenal on course for victory that would have taken them 7 points clear of title rivals Manchester City, only for Hugo Bueno's Cola to get Wolves back in contention. 4 minutes into stoppage time, Tom Edozie, having been sent on for his senior Wolves debut, took advantage of David Raya's weak punch to snatch a point for the host. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the BusinessDay TV News Update. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insight. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Hello and welcome to Behind the Headlines, where we do a deeper analysis of stories published in the Business Day newspaper. This afternoon, the story focus is on why Nigeria's AI needs a human touch. My name is Elizabeth Musa, never changing, and of course I've got in the studio the writer of the story on why Nigeria's AI needs a human touch. I've got Ngozi Ekugo in the studio this afternoon. Welcome to the show, Ngozi. As Nigeria accelerates into the artificial intelligence era, questions of ethics, jobs, regulation, and human oversight become unavoidable. In our Business Day piece, Ngozi Ekugo argues that technology alone is insufficient. Nigeria's AI future must be deliberately shaped by human values, inclusion, and accountability. I've got her joining me this afternoon in the studio, so it's a very good place to start. Let's start with the opening paragraph of your story, where you said Nigerians are quick to try new technology but slow to let it change how they actually work. Can you tell us what you infer here?
Thank you. So, being in a panel session with human resource experts, we typically hear these kind of things. I guess it's human nature. Most times we just create a buzz around something, but in practice, but we fail to incorporate it in our daily work. I know that AI has been, a lot of people have been talking about AI, and it's being practiced obviously by young persons and some people, but it's not really. I would say we've not really kind of indoctrinated it in companies' policies, because I think we still see it as a technology thing, as something that is for tech people, and I think that's because you find a lot of traditional workplaces, in Nigeria, where the processes are still manual, like our civil service, for instance. I'm not trying to just point at them only, but I just feel like you find some organizations, maybe even schools, you find them not really working smart, but working hard. You find in some companies they still pass across paper memos, as opposed to utilizing the tool called AI. There are different tools that are, artificial intelligence. You hardly see them do that. So I think it's something that we need to work on. We need to practicalize. We need to start using it efficiently, and then people need to see. The country needs to know that different organizations, different demographics are using this tool to work smarter and to have better outcomes.
Fantastic. And one thing I noticed is you put out some data. According to the data I provided in this story, about 88% of Nigerian adults use AI in their daily lives. But you said the professional adoption rate sits at just 8.7%. What's responsible for this slow professional adoption that we're seeing, and what needs to be done to improve this adoption?
Okay, so the data is from I think Philips Consulting from their reports, their workforce reports. The adoption is slow because I don't think we really have an established policy on that for our educational institutions and for our workplaces. So it's slow. So maybe you find maybe tech guys utilizing AI more. Then you find that's the Gen Z demographics using that more than the baby boomers or the much older, workforce category. Because you still find it shows already in our education system, and it shows even in our offices in some corporate organizations. So it's slow because I guess the policy has not really been established, and we're not seeing it as like one HR person said. He was like that. We need to see AI as the fifth industrial revolution. It's not just a passing trend. It's not something that's just coming and then eventually would fizzle out. No, it's now going to be part of our everyday reality. So the adoption is slow, but I believe that with time Nigeria would catch up.
And one of the sources you actually quoted in the story said that employers are shifting away from asking potential employees what degree they have to asking what problem they can solve. So how is AI helping employees to solve complex problems?
Yeah, so now, I mean, we've been hearing that it's, so we're moving to a skills-based economy. It's no longer just about your certificates or your degrees. For instance, you can have an MBA and you're still not able to do some certain technical, things that you need in the office. So you won't be able to do some things, or you'll be lacking behind in some skills that are critically needed in your place of work, especially in this 21st century. So employers are looking for people who can use AI who are able to use AI to work fast, who are able to use AI to use critical judgment. For instance, even when you use the tool, you still need to. You can't just copy and paste the results it gives you. For instance, if you're a writer, you can't just use AI to generate something and then just send it, for publication. You need to analyze it and see if it speaks to your true self. So that's that.
That's that for that. Which industries, from your standpoint, would you say stands to gain more from AI, and why?
I think every industry would gain a lot from the usage of AI. The benefits are enormous, and it cuts across industries and sectors. I think we can even start, using it more in education. I think the curriculum needs to reflect a lot of AI usage, and tools to improve learning outcomes.
What will you say, in your view, that we can do? I mean, Africa. What can Africa do not to be left behind in this AI evolution as technology continues to gain global momentum? How do we protect our space?
Okay, I think we need to invest more in learning hubs, across the states. I don't think we should just prioritize Lagos and Abuja and major cities, the few major cities in Nigeria. I think we need to really proactively establish more learning hubs, just like the federal government did with 3MTT. And then I think we need to go more into partnerships with government and even the private sector. There are many, and then even maybe diaspora too. You have diaspora professionals that are willing to give of their time, money, resources, and just to train more people, young, middle-aged people, on this. So I think that's what Africa needs to do. That, but Nigeria. So, but I believe for Nigeria, we need to look into that, and. Yeah, we need to just start, I don't know, maybe the government needs to create a law or something, policy that would really effectively make this to be practiced in our everyday lives.
All right, thank you so much, Ngozi Ekugo, for joining us this afternoon behind the headlines. We hope to have you again speaking more on some of these beautiful stories that you have on the Business Day newspaper. But that's what we leave it this afternoon behind the headlines. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Until tomorrow, stay safe.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.